and thank you so much. I'm really excited to be here today.
Thank you so much. And of course, co-host Heidi is here too. Um, let's start with you then, Natalie. Can you tell us just a bit about your background and your setup at home?
Yeah, sure. So I am the founder of Power Thoughts, which is a coaching service that I created initially to help children tap into the power of their own thoughts, giving them the tools and the awareness to know that, I don't have to believe every thought I think. I don't have to respond to all these feelings that I feel. But over time, it's definitely, my work also involves supporting parents and caregivers because we also have big feelings as adults. And for many of us, we weren't maybe modeled or taught how to regulate our emotions. And so, as I say to parents, these are skills that you're learning yourself, but it's skills that you're also trying to teach your child. Prior to this, I was a primary school teacher for over about 14 years. So I spent a lot of time in year one, nursery, reception, and then moved to, all the other year groups. And I've spent a lot of time with children. So over the course of Power Thoughts, I've worked with about 40,000 children. So I think I've got an extensive experience of stepping into their world. Obviously not all one-to-ones. I do a lot of school workshops and so forth. But I love it, and I really enjoy being able to give children the tools that I wish I had learned as a child. And I know many parents echo that as well, saying, when I teach that, when I work with their children, it's like, I wish I'd learned this. I'm having to learn this for myself as well. So, yeah.
Wow. So is that what inspired you to go from primary school teacher to the coaching?
Well, yeah, a little bit of a join the dots. So I was actually always inspired by human development and understanding why people behave the way that they do. So I'm from South Africa. And I was never really sure what I wanted to do, and teaching was one of the options that had come up. So however, in my first year of teaching, I realized actually psychology is the route that I want to go down. But I decided to do my psychology degree alongside the teaching degree. So I did that for about three years. And then I got qualified as a teacher, and out of interest, but also laziness, because I wasn't ready to get a job in the big wide world, I was like, let me apply for my honors in psychology and stay at home for another year. But that I absolutely loved. And then that got me on this journey of, could I become an educational psychologist? But I decided to then, after the honors, take a break and actually use my degree, my teaching degree. So that led me to come over to the UK. I taught for a couple of years. And that's really when I was starting to think, do you know what? I love the psychology kind of background that I have, but I'm not quite sure if that's the route I want to go down. So initially I dabbled a bit within the fitness industry because I wasn't happy as a teacher, more just around obviously the paperwork and all the boxes you have to tick, and I wasn't doing what I wanted to do. So initially I thought, well, let me become a fitness instructor. And it was actually when I was still teaching at a school, doing fitness classes on the side, that the head teacher said to me, oh, we found this coaching course, that this PE coaching, you like your physical education. So it's a taste, it's that. But it was actually a taster to life coaching or performance coaching. And I was like, oh my goodness, okay, this ticks the box. So I then did that part-time. And it was then during that process, after I qualified, I'm like, well, what do I now do with this coaching qualification? And I was working actually with a group of year sixes. So that's here in the UK, they children that go from primary to secondary. They were really stressed out about going to secondary school, about their 11 plus exams, and many of them doing school interviews. And it just dawned on me. I was like, why are we not teaching children about their thoughts? Because one particular boy, I'll never forget, said to me, Miss, I've got this school interview, but I'm boring. I've got nothing interesting to say because so-and-so said to me ages ago, I'm boring. And that's really where I was like, wow, this is a story that he can keep with him if we don't kind of nip it in the bud now, and I could relate to that because I had the story I carried with myself that I'm uncool and that, I'm one of the weird ones, the one that doesn't quite fit in. And that's really what made me think there is nothing in that I could see at that point around really tapping into thoughts and mindset and alongside emotional regulation. And that really then sparked the idea of Power Thoughts and supporting children, giving them what I wanted. Actually, and in adding to that, Heidi, I also really struggled with anxiety as a little girl. probably from about 7 or 8. I used to call them my worries. And so even more so why I could really relate to what some of these children were saying. And it was only much later, through psychology and then the coaching, that I was like, why has nobody ever taught me this? I don't actually have to believe all the stuff I'm telling myself, it's not true. And so that was a big driving factor behind what I do now as well.
I wish more of this was covered in the curriculum, actually, at school, because obviously they have their academic things that they have to learn, but to learn about feelings and thoughts and emotions, and especially anxiety. So much of the population suffers with anxiety these days. And I think children are probably more exposed to it off the back of COVID. You mentioned children in year 6. This is so personal to me because I have a 10-year-old who is in year 6.
Okay.
And she's really suffering at the moment. She suffers very, very badly with anxiety. So if I take her anywhere to a new place where there's different people, she will cling to me for at least an hour and a half to 2 hours before she will then be able to let go of my hand and interact with other children. And her emotional ability, I would say, is of a 3-year-old. Even though she's 10, she still has tantrums. She finds it hard to share. She seems to want to be negative about everything. Everything is no. I still have a battle with her in the morning to get her up for school. We have the same routine every morning. Put your clothes on, brush your hair, brush your teeth. And it's always a huge battle. And I've only recently been brave enough to talk about this to other parents, and actually they've got similar experiences, and so suddenly I don't feel so isolated and alone and embarrassed anymore, because this seems to be a bit of an issue for quite a lot of parents out there. But for me, I don't know where to start. I know she needs some help, and I know I need some help on how to get her to talk about her feelings and emotions, because she just can't. Every time I ask her questions, she just either doesn't respond at all, or she'll say to me, I don't know. My friend recommended some mood cards, which I've now got for her, but to be perfectly honest, I don't know where to start with them. I don't know what to do with them. So when you were coming onto this podcast, I was like, oh, this could be something that's really interesting, and you might be able to help us parents in getting our children to talk and explore their feelings and getting them to handle them better.
And I think, you're definitely not alone. And thank you for sharing that, because I think it can be really isolating when, the parents I work with, the challenges that you face, and then, but what's the matter? It's only me. Am I doing something wrong? Where am I going wrong in this? And it can be really, it is isolating. And I think actually the more we shine a light on it and talk about these challenges, because I hear this all the time and it's very common. And so to say, you touched there as well, I think, anxiety, I've definitely seen, the emotional resiliency of children is different now to what it was prior to COVID. So, for all those years as being a classroom teacher, and then obviously I started Power Thoughts and prior to COVID as well. But we have to understand that, there were at least a good 2.5 years that children, those everyday bumps and challenges that children would face. So the everyday transitions, the everyday separations from you, the fallout with their friend, the mistakes they made, all those like little things, that's not a big deal, but they all add up to kind of build that muscle of like emotional resiliency, helping them to learn to tolerate uncomfortable emotions. So for a long period of time that was taken away. They're very comfortable then being with us. For many parents, children with us 24/7. So now, coming out of the back end of that, yes, you've got a 10-year-old, but I'd often say, that emotional resiliency, it's at least 2.5 years back. So we have to take a bit of that bird's eye perspective of I still think we sometimes still in COVID, as we're still going through the aftermath of that. We're not back to where we were. I think many of us are struggling. But it's just taking that bird's eye view of actually, because there's a much bigger thing at play here. We'll absolutely get through it. like, you know, I'm not preaching doom and gloom, but it's managing our expectations there. The other thing also to bear in mind is when it comes to things like transitioning, when it comes to separation, when it comes to flexibility, when it comes to getting ready, so, you know, being organized, getting ready, when it comes to tolerating frustration and difficult emotions, all of those things are executive functioning skills of the prefrontal cortex of the brain. Now, the prefrontal cortex is the last part of the brain to be developed. You know, and research has shown that it's only fully developed by the age of about mid-20s. So all of those things that we think they should do, you shouldn't be so clingy, you should be able to organize yourself. I mean, I was doing a group call just before this about, you know, my child should be able to get himself out of the house on time. Shifting that should to skill. She still needs to develop the skill of being more independent. She still needs to develop the skill of being organized, because those are, that part of her brain that's responsible for those skills isn't fully developed. It's the same as if I say to the two of you, you know, right, I expect you to speak, I don't know, fluent Afrikaans within a week's time, and hoping you can't, right? That's by the time you can. And then I'm like, but why aren't you? But what's the matter with you? But you should be able to, but you should, but come on, you've got to speak quick. You simply can't, because you haven't developed the skills yet. And so we have to, as parents and caregivers, it's be that substitute prefrontal cortex for them. And that means we've got to coach, we've got to guide, we've got to show. But that's where it becomes really tricky, because our uncomfortable emotions appear. We feel helpless. We feel frustrated. We're impatient. And of course, because we're human beings, you're not robots. But it's for many of us as adults, we were not taught or guided or shown how to work with difficult emotions, or how to tolerate them, or how to sit with them. We want to fix. We want to, like, well, it shouldn't be like, let's fix this. It shouldn't happen this. Let's fix this. Versus, okay, you know what? Let me sit with this helpless feeling I have right now, like hand on my heart, deep breath. This is really hard. No wonder I'm finding this hard, because it's really difficult feeling like I can't help her. And it's okay for me to feel like that. It doesn't make me a bad mum. It doesn't mean that, you know, that there's anything wrong with me or my parenting. This is a normal thing to have. And I will get through this. Okay, let me sit with that feeling. But that's the uncomfortable bit, because we're not being taught how to sit with that. We want to fight against it. And yes, of course, you know, there's many year 6s and year 7s and year 8s at the moment that I'm working with, older children that you'd think wouldn't suffer with separation anxiety are really struggling. Now, I mean, I'm not a doctor, but I really do see an increase in that since COVID versus before COVID, where it was more, you know, my experience was it was a lot of younger kids. But it's okay, seeing this as, okay, these are skills we need to help her develop, skills to help her develop, learning to work through tricky feelings, learning to work through that uncomfortable feeling, skills to develop emotional regulation for herself and for me, right? I need to develop this as well. But also these are skills to help develop that transition and slowly build those confidence muscles over time. And one of the things, you know, I think when it comes to the emotions, and I've shared this quite a bit over like on socials, is about befriending those feelings. So seeing those feelings as just visitors, they come and they go. And just like I've got excitement, I've got joy, I've got worry, I've got boredom, I've got anger. So normally what I do with children when we say we're on anxiety, it is about, okay, well, let's create a character of this anxiety. So one of the girls I actually worked with ages ago, she called hers eggplant. Okay, when does eggplant make its appearance, right? So I know it's just eggplant on a Sunday night, and you know it's going to be there when I do PE, but I might not notice it when I'm playing with my friend down the road. So you can then start to address it. Oh, it looks like we've got a visitor here. Eggplant's here. What do you think it's trying to tell you? Where do you feel eggplant in your body? But you come up with your own version of that. Where do I notice worry in my body? Is it heavy? Is it light? And when we can personify those feelings, it also helps us then, and for children, to begin to recognize, I can feel the feeling, but I don't need to be the feeling. And okay, eggplant's visiting us now, but we also know that, you know, I don't know, Fruity Loopy, whatever, the happy feeling is going to come visit me a little bit later on as well. But it's when we can have these conversations with our children, and even if they don't want to do it, you do it. And you said, you know what, I've been thinking, I sometimes feel really worried, and I've learned this exercise, then I'm going to actually create a character of my worry. And this is where I feel my worry. And actually, this is when I notice worry and it feels heavy. Okay, I'm just going to sit with it for a bit and like breathe, deep, we do regulatory tools, breathe into it. And so even when you're doing that and you're modeling it, that's how they learn. And also when we hold, when we can start to look at some of these tricky feelings and we're just asking questions about, okay, let's sit with it. One of my favorite questions actually is, we don't always get an answer, but I have had some insightful answers from kids, is, if your worry could speak, what would it say to you? Or what does what does Eggplant what does he need most help with right now? What's he struggling with or she struggling with? Because when you're just taking time to sit in it without fixing it, you're also showing them it's okay to feel this feeling. I don't need to be alone in this. And you're teaching them how to tolerate those uncomfortable feelings versus trying to suppress or deny. So, I mean, those are a few starting points. I've realized I've been talking about 5 minutes flat. So I hope that provides some food for thought.
No, absolutely. That's really, really helpful. That's absolutely fascinating. And I think for me, it's hard because I've got a 13-year-old son as well, who's complete opposite. So this has been a real challenge for me to have a child that's just so different.
And that's very common. One is completely the opposite to the other one. And I know we've I don't know if you've come across, but I've definitely come across it. But and sometimes it can be really triggering. So compassion, but it is okay. What is this relationship teaching me right now? What this situation of her struggling with this, what is it highlighting to me, maybe where I need to grow in terms of maybe my patience, in terms of me. So often, not putting a blanket on, but so often it comes to, okay, how can I expand my window of tolerance for this uncomfortable emotion that I'm feeling right now? But it's tough, and that's where compassion for yourself is really important.
So powerful, isn't it? Do you, in terms of the generational shift, because I guess I don't want to make assumptions, but we're all kind of similar age, and the way we brought up was very different. And obviously our parents very different to that in terms of like keeping a stiff upper lip. And now we are starting to talk about emotions, and I think us three are probably quite empathetic with that. But do you see a real generational shift, and how do you help parents who are perhaps find it less easy to talk about emotions with their children?
Definitely. And it is, I mean, I'm being very generalized here, but the families that tend to come to me, if we're looking at how they were raised, and I'm putting myself in this bucket as well, like we're coming, parenting has changed over the generations, massively so. We're moving from that space where it was a strict authoritarian style of parenting, very fear-based, very fear-led, to this other extreme that I sometimes see now, whether you want to call it gentle parenting or whatever that is. But and always in the confusion is, okay, but now what do I do? And I don't want to say one thing, and I don't want to say no, and actually, it's, I think for me personally, what I focus on is how can we parent and raise our children, whether you're a teacher, you don't have to be a parent, but whether you're working with children, how can we raise our children from a space of empathy and compassion versus from a space of fear? And the challenge, yes, with many of the parents that I support, is they do come from more of that fear-based, and not because their parents love them, and it's our parents only did, I just want to say, parents only did the best that they could do with the knowledge that they had, right? And nobody is a perfect parent, and we're never going to get this right 100%, because that's just unrealistic. But coming from that background, it's a real challenge. And that's what I've, often say to parents, it's who taught you to regulate your emotions? Or how were you taught to regulate your emotions? Who taught you to really sit with a difficult feeling and not fix it? Who taught you about your thoughts? And it's not because our parents didn't love us, but they didn't have the skills, because it was probably suppressed or denied, or they were not feeling safe. They didn't feel safe to show those emotions. So we are trying to teach our children skills when it comes to emotional regulation, when it comes to talking about their feelings. But many adults haven't had that. And, make a bold statement, but just look at the world today, put on the news, and it's a very clear sign that a lot of grown-ups do not know how to deal with difficult feelings. and we're sitting in a mental health pandemic. And so it's because we've never just been taught how to work through them in a healthy way. So it very much is, I think, take that pressure off ourselves of, oh, I've got to get it all right for my child. Well, children now, if they get access to this, they're really going to be miles, they're going to have so much more at their disposal when they're our age. But equally, you've got to have compassion for yourself of, I did the wrong, I quote unquote didn't do the right thing there. I could have dealt with that in a different way. But then the beauty is, okay, I can go back and repair. Because that's the other thing. How many of us have had our parents apologize to us when we were little, like, telling you what, I mean, maybe it happened, but Jen or teachers apologizing, I mean, that's never happened in my experience. The power of the apology. And you know what, I'm really sorry. I got really angry then. I got shouty and I got so upset that I didn't even think of what was going on for you. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have shouted like that. Help me understand. I mean, it might feel really counterintuitive, but you're teaching your child how to own what they've done. You're also teaching them how to repair. And you're teaching them that it's safe to sit with this uncomfortable feeling of being vulnerable and whatever else those uncomfortable feelings might be. So that's what I'm saying. It's like the hardest job you're ever going to do, because there's no qualification for it.
That's for sure. Do you have any other successful strategies that you've seen parents do to really support their child's emotional well-being?
I think one of the key things is, how do we communicate with our children? And often there's this because now we're coming from this, but I don't want to parent my child the way I was parented. I want to give them a voice. I want to let them speak up. But then the flip side is, okay, but then there's no boundaries, because now, and also the guilt that comes onto that, because we briefly spoke about parent guilt. Maybe there's guilt because I'm not spending enough time with my children because I'm working, and therefore the boundaries are a bit relaxed. And it's hard holding boundaries, because you're on the receiving end of all those big blowouts and you just don't have the energy for it. But I think what is really important is that boundaries are key for children, because without boundaries, they don't feel safe. And actually, it can be quite anxiety provoking if there are no boundaries there, because you always feel like you're on eggshells. So whilst children might tell you they want to be in power, they really don't, because it's scary. They're looking to you to be that person in control. But the challenge is, how can we hold boundaries from a space of empathy and compassion versus fear? And that's the real challenge. And so communicating with our children, which will feel, does feel counterintuitive, because the natural tendency is, do as I say because I said so, or just fix this problem, or it's not so bad, don't worry, don't cry about it, especially because to your rational mind it's not a big deal if they're having a meltdown about, say, not being able to drink from their favorite blue cup, right, and the red cup's right there. But it is about the first, I think one of the key things we can do, and this is communication with all people in our lives, is really taking some time to connect with the emotional experience that person is having. Of do you know what, Toby, I get it. I get this is hard. I know I'm being super annoying because I'm telling you to do your homework again. I get it. And it's just so boring. This is really tough. Taking just some time to just meet them in that feeling, which you will not want to do, which feels so counterintuitive. It doesn't feel right. But when we can meet them in that space, then we're meeting them in that emotion that they're having. And then that starts to calm the defenses. It's the same as if, you come to me, you're really upset, and I'm like, oh, just calm down. It's not a big deal. I mean, it never makes us calm, right? Because we don't feel validated. We don't feel seen, heard, or understood. So taking that initial time, and that comes up with anxiety, that comes with anger. It's because, again, with anxiety, we want to fix it. We don't want to see our children struggling. But actually, do you know what? That sounds like it's really big. That sounds like there's a lot of big feelings here. Tell me a bit more, or it must feel really overwhelming that that's happened to you. Help me understand. And again, when we do that, it just doesn't take the challenge away, but it just kind of brings things down a little bit. But that is a real skill. you know, and it's practice. But, you know, that's not just beneficial for kids. Think of your partners, you know, work colleagues, how often we get caught up in arguments, but actually if you just take some time to connect to that feeling, it lowers those defenses. But yeah.
It is interesting. I always try with my daughter Paloma. I mean, she's just about to turn 2, but whenever she's having a tantrum over, you know, I grabbed her lion instead of her cat, or like your analogy of passing the wrong cup. I always try and say, like, I know this is difficult for you. I can see it's challenging to regulate your emotions. My husband's always like, what are you talking and he just kind of like leaves her to it a little bit, and I'm like, no, I really want you to follow this. And I think he finds it quite strange. And sometimes when I'm down there, I don't know what to say either, because part of me wants to laugh and part of me wants to cry because you're in the middle of a supermarket.
And that's the challenge though, right? But I take it one step further there when you do meet her in like, oh, I know I took the lion, I didn't take the tiger. Oh, I'm so silly for doing that. Or mommy's so annoying for doing that. Like I always say, like, try and meet her on her radio frequency level with where she's at, versus, because sometimes we can go into that, like, oh, it must be really hard for you. I know. Like that customer service response, and you're like, you have no, do you know what I mean? So it really,
yeah,
like, we're just taking some time to you know, mirror back that emotion and that feeling that she's feeling. And yeah, I appreciate it's not always in the most convenient of spaces that these things are going to take place. Now, obviously, there are things that you can do outside of those moments to help and scaffold a bit more, because it's not just what we do in the moments, but what's taking place, you know, outside of those moments. And I would say, and this is a real challenge. I don't think there's going to be any parent that's going to be like, bring on a public meltdown, bring it on, I don't care. Like it's going to be uncomfortable. But the reality is, you know, you have to do what you feel is right for you and your child, versus what, you know, 10 other people around you might be thinking. And hopefully there are more compassionate mums around you or dads around you. Like whenever I go to the supermarket, you know, now I always feel really sorry for the poor mum or poor dad whose kids are having a meltdown, because it's really hard. Or you know what I mean? And it's just, I just think like that yes, that fear of judgment might be there. Actually, I don't know. Depends how much bandwidth you've got. Yeah, I'm tongue in cheek. Get out of the floor with her. Be like, do you know what? I hear you. It's okay. Let it out. You know, it's gonna be a bit of a seed. We're all right. I mean, you know, I'm not saying do that, but yeah, it's not easy at all.
Yeah, I'm quick to try and prevent as well. I'm not sure about you, Heidi, but I'm like, if she's asked for something and I can hear it in her voice that it's escalating, and Aaron's just like sat there, or like, I mean, he's very hands-on, but I'll be like screaming from downstairs, pass her the lion. She's just 5 steps from you.
I normally just remove her. We're in a different room, let her calm down for a little while. But that really is fascinating. I feel like I've got so much homework to do, and I'm going to be listening back to this podcast like over and over again. I really will be. Have you got any other advice for, you know, parents that could be really struggling right now and just don't know where to turn?
Yeah, I mean, golly, yeah, there's lots of areas. I think, do you know what? It might sound a bit counterintuitive, but one of the first things that came to mind when you said that is, I don't think that like, as parents and caregivers, you know, practicing self-compassion is something that kind of falls off the wayside. I think that, you know, from the conversations I have with a lot of parents, there's a lot of you know, guilt, shame, or blame, or you know, where am I going wrong with this? I could be doing more. And I think being really mindful of your own internal chatter and that own narrative that you're running. And I often encourage parents to keep an evidence list at the end of the day, like just what, so even if you had a massive, you know, flip out with your child and you shouted at them and they shouted back at you, and then afterwards we go into the whole guilt spiral, at the end of the day, still find, first of all, at the end of the day, just hold space for your own feelings there. Do you know what? That was really tough today. And no wonder I found it hard, because I'm learning to regulate my emotions as well. And this stuff is tough because it's hitting a lot of vulnerable things within me, and if often I encourage parents sometimes to dig a bit deeper. What was it like for you as a child? Were you allowed to speak up, to back chat, to what were your experiences like? And what is it that little boy or little girl needed from their caregivers? And most, I'm not saying all the time, but many of the times it goes back to that we just wanted to feel seen, heard, and understood. So coming back to now, have compassion for yourself of, do you know what? I could have dealt with that better. I know that my child is actually still struggling and they're needing to build the skills. But no wonder this is hard for me, because I'm learning these skills as well. So I'm trying to do it for two people, for me and for my child. Because I think if we can start to exercise more compassion to ourselves, it doesn't take the challenges away, but it does shift how you then approach those challenges with more empathy and compassion. So I'd say, and going back to the evidence list being, even, if you think it was a really rubbish day, pick one or two things that you did that day that you did well in, that prove that you are a good mum, that you are a good dad, because you are. If you're listening to this podcast, you absolutely are, because you're wanting to learn. No matter how small that is, because we forget as well. I think, we can be our own worst critics, and those thoughts that we have influences how I feel, influences how I behave. And so we get caught up in this little cycle. And so really becoming aware of that, and, advocate for yourself. Do you know, I should have done that differently. Okay, tomorrow. And, I often talk about planning ahead. Tomorrow, I know we're going to have this challenge again. Okay, how can I go in as just a 1% better version of myself? I'm going to regulate my emotions. I'm going to take a deep breath. I'm going to remind myself, if I have to, one of my clients said to me, I visualize my son walking around with half a brain, kind of like a piece, like a chunk missing. So she's like, I just visualize that. And that keeps me just grounded and regulated, not calm, because we often say stay calm, but calm kind of gives you the impression of going to be zen, like I don't have any of these uncomfortable feelings. You're going to feel all of those horrible feelings, but you're staying regulated, and that in itself is a skill. So I think if it's anything, if you're struggling, first look at, it sounds cheesy, but it's putting your own oxygen mask on. Okay, let me look at my own self-regulatory skills. I know I want my son to learn them, but if I'm just regulated, he's not going to stay calm. So what am I doing, or little things then that you could do, with other families. There's been just a little things that made a difference with the dad I was working with, is he said, he didn't realize the difference it was in terms of taking just a walk out around the lake with the pushchair and the pram to meet his friend. Like they do that a couple of times a week. He's like, on the days that he didn't do it, or there was a week gone by, I think it was during COVID. So his wife had COVID, and, and so forth. And he's like, that week was awful. But actually, when I was able to get out, it made such a difference. Because often, you put yourself on the bottom of the list because everybody else is important, all these things doing that. And the challenge is, no, it's not me first and them second, it's actually me as well. So the two of us together. And what's that? And even if it's one small thing that you can do that day to kind of fill up your cup, because you only have so much energy to give in any given day. And if your energy is depleted, that has such a ripple effect on everybody else around you. And, I think that's, if anything, because that's going to make you more resilient, it's going to make you more tolerant, it's going to make you more patient. And, a great phrase that I heard that a friend of mine said is, what does my best look or feel like today? And I think that that's important, because your best today, your energy tank might be at 40% today. And yesterday it was at 80%. Okay, but today, what does the 40% look like? And that's okay. So there's been lots there.
Yeah, that's just fascinating. And I have a gratitude list that I write out every night before I go to bed, about, how my day was blessed, and look at the positive things. So actually, it's interesting that I don't focus on my parenting. So actually, I should pull out one or two positive things that I did that day.
Yeah,
that was really positive in my parenting, and I think that would really help me.
And even I'd even go as far to say, even if you did flip your lid, right? I often talk about flip, take from Dr. Daniel Siegel, I often talk about flipping your lid. Even if you did flip your lid, but you were able to hold on a bit longer, that's still a win in my books, right? And maybe then I apologized, or I've now, do you know what? I flipped my lid. Tomorrow I'm going to make a point to actually repair that. I'm going to go back to my daughter. I'm going to talk about that, because I think that's often something that we miss out on, a real connected opportunity there. Sorry, I'm kind of digressing here, but there is always an opportunity for a do-over. So even if you had a big blowout a couple of months ago and it's still on your mind, nothing stops you from bringing that up now. And actually, it's really important that we do, because it helps children make sense of the story within their mind. It also, when we can take some time to talk about what those feelings were, what was happening for you, this was happening for me. And look, even though that happened, wasn't good, here we are, we're working through it. So it's helping them to structure that and work through those big feelings, even though it's not in the moment. So, but yeah, definitely going back to the pin, like that evidence-less care. What am I doing? Little things.
And how can we get children to talk about their emotions? How do we get them to identify their emotions? I've got these mood cards. What's your advice on how to use them?
I like prompts. I often, with kids, something like mood cards, to be fair, I've not actually had a pack of mood cards. I don't quite know. Is it just that they've got different emotions on them?
And they just explain the emotions.
What I would do is I'd bring myself into this. So, because often children, especially children that might not want to talk about their feelings, and just because they don't want to talk about it, it's kind of like teenagers. Teenagers can sometimes and I've delivered sessions to them, I'm like, they did not take anything in and they were not interested. But then I hear later on, actually, they've applied all the tools. I'm like, oh, so you were listening to what I was saying, right? And I remember this at school as well as a teacher. So I would say, make it about you. Or if you've got storybooks that you read with kids, there's a really good book, I think it's called Visiting Feelings, or Feeling Visitors, and it really is it's a storybook about just different feelings and what color they are, describes them. There's also another good one called Emotionary, so that is for slightly older children, and it's got beautiful pictures and then a description of the emotion. So all the cards, choosing one. Or even at the end of the day, just, maybe you're helping her pack up, or you're just having a moment together, and you've got the content and you flick through them very casually, and she'll be like, oh, I think I noticed this feeling today. Yeah, I was at the shops and this person maybe said this to me, and I noticed, maybe this person said a kind word to me, and I actually noticed this feeling of joy. And actually, if I think about it now, I was feeling this feeling in my chest. You're kind of modeling a bit to her. I normally start off with, where do you feel the feelings in your body? And, or, maybe something had happened, you're like, I felt really frustrated today. And I could really feel the frustration build up in my body. So, and then maybe open up the opportunity to her. But I would say bringing those emotions in and directing it to you first, or even if she hears you and your partner speak, or other people. And I often say to parents, sometimes it feels a bit of role play, but let children overhear you talk using some of these tools. Well, do you know what, today I had a really tough day and I felt so overwhelmed, and my boss was saying this, this person was saying this, and I could feel myself. But then I just use that breathing strategy that I've been learning. So get your children to hear you say these things and do these things. So that would be my, my advice, to maybe turn it on you first. Other options as well, often I help kids explore what are the feelings that hide under my angry mask, because anger is that secondary emotion, and we've got those more vulnerable feelings underneath, such as fear, worry, disappointment, loneliness, jealousy. So often I say, when they're watching stories or reading books and the character gets angry, directly, what do you think might be under his angry mask? What do you think he might be feeling? And that's another way to kind of open up that conversation.
So helpful. Thank you. I think the biggest thing for me from this conversation is about the compassion, but just in any other aspect of my life, I just have a continuous feedback loop and want to improve and, looking for ways. But when it comes to parenting, I want to do that, but I just internalize it all and don't have the same compassion and seek feedback and, you know, apologize. And it's really powerful. Thank you.
No, you're welcome. You're welcome. And one of the things I will say is your child's job is to press your buttons and like in terms of like, pushing the boundaries, right? And they will be upset with you. You're not going to make them happy all the time. And that's not a reflection on you as the parent or that you're doing anything wrong, because they do have big feelings because they're learning how to express these feelings. It's their brain, you know, that emotional hub of the brain is far more advanced and developed than the logical, rational thinking part. And they don't have those skills to regulate. So we can very easily take it quite personally and think, oh my gosh, they hate me and they just prefer my husband, they don't prefer me, and like I'm the worst mom, and you know, they say they don't want to be here, like all these horrible things that kids say. But that's always a sign that they are feeling, you know, misunderstood and alone and overwhelmed in their big feelings. And they don't have the skills to help them. And it's not about me or my parenting or, you know, that I'm a bad mum or a bad dad.
Yeah, absolutely. Natalie, I think after this conversation, all our listeners are going to want to find you and speak to you and get more insights from you. How can they find you?
Yeah, sure. So obviously on LinkedIn, Natalie Costa, my website as well, powerthoughts.co.uk. I'm also active on Instagram. So my handle there is at powerthoughts, N for Natalie, C for Costa. So powerthoughts NC. So yeah, all of those good places online.
Thank you. And I know, Heidi, you'll want to close this off as well. It's just been an incredible conversation. I've taken loads from it personally. And I know our listeners will as well. So thank you so much. And Heidi.
There's so much to think about, just so helpful. Yeah, I have a lot of homework to do, and I'm going to be listening back to this podcast I don't know how many times, but yeah, it's been really, really helpful. And I'm really inspired by you, Natalie, and everything that you've taught us today. It's really powerful, and I think a lot of parents are going to benefit from this podcast. So thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. It's been a real pleasure. So thank you for having me.
Bindo sorry to When quarry was wide, sing for Santa. Sony Chukwa. Shinji Kwada Inkwa. Sin Quad, Sin Quado. Sin Quadabum Sword. Trinquoda Bindos. Does roar Inquana. Finjus Vati Quasta.
berasal dari karena reisi penomuan ini.
Ore quasa chega.
Siapa efek dunia?
Okay, so on this episode, we are joined by Dora from Mama Academy and Alicia from Thrive Law. Please, can you introduce yourselves, ladies? Dora, let's start with you.
Hi, so my name is Dora. My name is Dora. I joined Mama Academy in 2022. I actually joined right after I had a baby, and I actually soon became pregnant again. And I look after all of our fundraisers and our supporters in general. So yes, I've been with the charity for a year and a half, nearly 2 years now, and I really enjoy my role.
So my name's Alicia Collinson. I'm a senior associate at Thrive Law. So Thrive is a small employment law firm. We're based up in Leeds, and we kind of do a variety of lots of different kinds of law. So we support employers and employees. We do a lot of special focus in mental health, neurodiversity, and just general wellbeing support on the part of employers. But for my part, I do a lot of the individual employee support. And I do a lot of our charitable partnerships. And I'm a mum myself, so I have a 20-month-old. And I'm really passionate about kind of maternity, pregnancy, and general kind of female support in the workplace, because I feel like even just when I started doing employment law 5 years ago, the whole landscape looks so different, even just now. So it's really, I just think it's really important to be a part of that and continue to perpetuate it.
Well, thanks so much for joining us, Alicia, and we're so grateful for all of your support at the moment. So how did Thrive Law actually come about? How did you get involved with it?
So Thrive Law was founded by Jodie Hill, who has like innumerous amounts of Instagram followers, and she was a barrister and then qualified as a solicitor. She's been diagnosed with ADHD more recently, but was undiagnosed at the time and had it was a mental breakdown at the time, but she now calls it her mental breakthrough, and kind of formed Thrive off the back of identifying what other law firms weren't doing, both in terms of what we do for supporting internally, but also encouraging other employers to do. And so that's kind of what Thrive was born as an employment law firm that's just different and actually puts people and thinks about the employees. And I joined, weirdly enough, because my mum saw Jodie on the local news and was like, I think you would really like her. And I was looking to move at the time. I lived down in London and I desperately wanted to move back up north and find a job that would suit me. And I emailed Jodie being like, I don't suppose you ever want to like have a chat about a position. And she was like, oh, come for an interview. So that's kind of how I joined Thrive. I just had never seen anything like it in terms of the value, like just being so values driven. And I think since then, that was back in 2018. Since then, I think a lot more companies have become really aware of like values and what they stand for and how that's perceived. But back then, especially for law firms, if anyone had a wellbeing initiative, it was much more of a we've put apples in the kitchen now, so you eat more fruit kind of thing, as opposed to actually things that genuinely help. So yeah, that's who we are and kind of how I joined, at least.
Amazing. And what was just to dig a little bit deeper on that, what was the trigger for you to, I guess, find an organisation that's more aligned to your purpose and values?
So I trained down in London, and what they say about some law firms is true. The hours were intense. I didn't have any time to kind of do any of my self-care. I just completely burnt out. So I suffer quite well. I was diagnosed with PTSD after my dad died in 2015, and I've suffered really badly with anxiety both pre and post that. And it just wasn't the right environment for me to actually be like any good at anything. I just failed at every turn. I wasn't a very good lawyer. I wasn't a very good wife or partner, then wife. And I just kind of had this moment where I just thought, if you spend most of your time at work, it should be somewhere that makes you feel happy and brings you like joy and gives you a purpose and you want to do it. So that was why I kind of decided that I wanted to move back and think about where my life, because everyone's different, but for me, I just felt like my life was kind of in limbo for the longer I was in London, and I just thought something's got to give. And it was that, to be more precise, it was actually one more day on a train and a tube that had broken down, and I'm very short, and I had my head in someone's armpit, and I just thought, there has to be some kind of light at the end of the tunnel, and it's like the end of this tube tunnel, so it just like had to start reevaluating. So yeah, that's
I get that. This can't possibly be it. Me stood inside this person's armpit on the sweaty London tube, which is pretty horrific.
yeah.
It's interesting though, because I think lots of people can go through. Sometimes it takes getting to rock bottom for you to actually realise what's important to you and do work that's more purposeful. Which is, similar happened to me, and I know Heidi, your story has caused you to create and find Mama Academy as well. So it's amazing what it can inspire. If we, in terms of, I guess we're interested to hear about some common themes, and Dora, perhaps you can give some flavour here as well, just on parents returning to work after maternity leave. I'd be interesting to hear what sort of stuff you hear coming up.
It's interesting because I think there's this default approach where our employer clients are quite not defensive, but like really wanting to be like everything we need to know. And the same for employees, they kind of want to prove themselves and come at it really kind of like with a lot. And there's a kind of a little bit of an us versus them kind of mindset towards it. And I don't think it has to be that way. I think it can be much more collaborative when you're coming back. Obviously, we have often issues with flexible working requests and how they're received, what they look like, whether or not they're accepted or rejected. And again, I think that's something else that can come across that can be quite adversarial from both how the employer deals with it, but also in terms of if an employee assumes it's going to be rejected, you can come at it from quite a defensive way. I always say to my employee clients when they're kind of putting in flexible working requests, they either are like, it's definitely going to be rejected, so I need to be starting to look at something else, or, oh, well, if they reject it, or I'll start thinking maybe I could just work full time anyway and kind of adjust their expectations. And actually, I always kind of come back to, well, it is your right. So let's start from, it is your right to make this request, and it is your right to not be put to a detriment because you have made that request. So start by kind of standing in your own responsibility and understanding that this is something that you can and should do, and that technically it can't just be rejected. They have to explain why, and they have to fit it within a legal framework that exists so that you can exercise your right to have your flexible working. So I kind of always come back to that. But I think people can be quite defensive on return, and kind of everything can feel a little bit, you want to come, if they've had enough support in a maternity leave, it depends what their experience was with before, but if they felt very like out of the loop and then suddenly they're coming back, the behavior is very different, as opposed to if before they left, they felt really supported, they've had continued communication if that's what they've wanted, they've had kit days, and they have that kind of ongoing support. The way they feel about the return can be very different. The other really common one we're getting at the moment is working from home and childcare, and if it's possible to do both. And we have no case law on it. The obvious answer appears to be you probably can't do both, but it is interesting because there's a lot of nuance to that argument in terms of why employers say you can't do both. So I've seen employers try to run arguments like, well, your child could be a distraction, but their answer is, well, Sally's got a dog and the dog's really distracting, so what's the difference? And it actually is, it's really, and there's not very clear guidance on it at the moment. It's very much an employer on employer basis, but yeah, so that's quite interesting as well at the moment.
And how else can employers support colleagues that are either expecting, they've just found out they're pregnant, or may have young children as well that they've got to look after?
Yeah, so I think in terms of the support kind of when you're expecting, I think, again, really communication is key. And I think there's two different reasons why employers do things. They either do it because they have to, so it's their obligation, or they do it because they recognise that it's the right thing to do and they want their employees to be happy and healthy. Now, I would prefer everyone to do things for that second reason, and they would be very, very supportive and communicative and do things because it is the right thing to do. But also they need to bear in mind that legally they are obliged to request MAT 1B forms, talk through what their statutory maternity dates are going to look like, make it clear that kit days are available. They don't seem to be doing that at the moment. And then mothers are turning around and being like, oh, I would have had an opportunity to top up SMP during this cost of living crisis, but no one ever really made that clear what that would look like. So I think it's all about communication and support, isn't it? And you can choose how much you can go for bare minimum, which is the legal bare minimum of what you have to do, or you can really provide further support, things like coaching, or just even little things like, what does your notification form look like? Does your notification form just say, what day is your baby coming? What do you want to do? When do you want to come back? And is it really, or does it have other information like, how do you want us to contact you? Do you want us to throw your baby shower or not? Do you want us to think about, do you want us to send you cards? Do you want to come visit? Do you want to bring the baby? And just trying to make it think about things that are actually genuinely going to affect that individual rather than just your employee. And if you invest in them before they go, in all likelihood, they will come back and pay that back in dividends because people remember how you made them feel. And I think in terms of new parents, I mean, it's all about, insofar as industry allows, being mindful of flexibility, being mindful that people have new pressures that they maybe they underestimated and didn't realize what they were going to be like before. Like Thrive's a really good example because I only came back in January and I so much thought I would just be like the same person who left, and I'm not. The way my brain thinks is very, very different. In a lot of ways, I'm probably better with the individuals because I'm a lot more empathetic, but I struggle to concentrate a little bit more. I had absolutely ages where I said to Jodie, I was like, I actually just think I'm failing because I can't do things at the same pace that I was doing them before. And trying to be mindful of what are you expecting when people come back, because you struggle when you've had 2 weeks off for holiday. So imagine when you've had a year off and you've had, in some cases, the most traumatic thing that's ever going to happen to your body happen, plus all the upheaval that goes with breastfeeding or sleepless nights or behavioural concerns, or is she meant to be walking yet because she's not, whatever it may be. Your brain is just in a completely different place. So I think employers will and do well to remember that and think about, are there adaptations we can put into place? Are there coaching, and can we do something for your confidence? If you're a really big employer, putting together like new parent networks is brilliant because you're giving people the platform to talk about it with each other and say, do you ever think about this? So yeah, there's lots of things that can be done, and lots of people coming up with really great ways to do it as well.
That's really interesting, actually. I was just thinking about you, Dora, as well, because I remember when you went on maternity leave, I was trying not to get you to rush any decisions because I was thinking once you actually have your baby, things will be completely different because then you'll have 2 children to look after and life will seem so much different. So tell us about your experience, Dora, because I'd really like to hear it from your point of view.
So what I can say is, like you, I also struggle with anxiety and depression, and I have 2 children. And when you have children, I mean, being an anxious person, especially when you're pregnant, especially having high-risk pregnancies, it's a very worrying time. And you get anxious and you do worry about your baby. So I think ultimately, from an employee and an employer perspective, a mom or an expectant parent should be able to focus on not worrying about their job, but looking after themselves, looking after their body. And I think expectant parents and moms are more than capable of doing an amazing job, an incredible job whilst they are pregnant, as long as they are looked after and they are supported. And what I can say is, from experience, when I had my first child, I didn't feel comfortable discussing my anxiety and my depression with my employer, which I think adds pressure because I felt anxious anyway, and I was pregnant and COVID hit, so there was layers and layers and layers of anxiety, and I also had a high-risk pregnancy, so I think because of that, whilst I was pregnant, I was struggling. Going on maternity leave, I was struggling. I wasn't quite sure how to communicate my expectations was, I was on maternity leave with my employer and so on and so forth. And I was just worried because there is a lot of negative feedback from other moms. A lot of moms talk about the discrimination that they face whilst they are pregnant, during pregnancy, whilst they are on maternity leave, and so on. So in my first pregnancy, I really struggled, but I didn't feel comfortable. I didn't have that relationship with my employer to discuss my anxiety and my depression and my struggles. And I actually have changed jobs after I had my first baby, after I returned from maternity leave, and I joined Mama Academy in January. I started in January 2022. And what I can say is, very shortly afterwards, I found out I was pregnant. And I think we all agree that starting a new job and finding out you're pregnant, I was really concerned and I was really worried, especially because I work for a very small organization, but I had so much faith in the organization and in what we do and in Heidi and in the cause that I actually discussed my pregnancy with Heidi very early on. And I remember, and I think as moms, I think we all sort of sympathized when you break the news, to your employer that, hey, I'm pregnant, especially if you join the charity 6 weeks earlier, you're going to be like, oh gosh, how is she going to react? What's she going to say? Like, I haven't even, like, I only just started my probationary period. And, whilst you are trying your best, you want to be able to do your best. You want to be able to focus on your job. You don't want to worry about whether, because something happened in your personal life, you're going to lose your job, or whether they're going to not renew your contract, or they say, oh, actually, you didn't complete your probationary period, we are not really happy with you, because all of these are very rare possibilities. And I remember, I think I probably was around 6 or 7 weeks pregnant. And again, going back to my own mental health struggles, I'm really anxious. So I couldn't cope, and I just called Heidi, and I still remember the conversation. I called Heidi and I was fully expecting her to say, oh my gosh, like, you just started with us. And I was worried about her reaction. And I remember I called her and I said, look, Heidi, I'm pregnant. I just found out. It is a big surprise for me, but I'm really excited. And I just want to be honest with you. And I remember her saying, oh my God, Dora, I'm really pleased that you told me this. And I was like, okay, what's next? And she was like, I'm really pleased because now I know how I can support you. Because I know you told me that you had a high-risk pregnancy before, and I know how to support you now to make sure that this time around you are supported and you can focus on, having a healthy mental being. You feel calm, and that you can focus on your job. You don't need to worry about your job security, or you don't need to worry about, needing to go to maternity appointments. It was a completely different experience. And part of it is probably communication, but part of it is, and a huge part of it is, working for an organization who, they wanted to look after me as an expectant mom. And I think Heidi proved, and this organization proved, that you don't need to be a big company and a big charity or a bigger organization to treat somebody right, because Mama Academy is tiny. And I think, I'm fairly sure I was the very first employer who ever been pregnant at Mama Academy. But Heidi, I put her on the spot. She never had a pregnant employee before. I put her on the spot because I just called her. I didn't send her an email. I didn't pre-warn her. I was just like, hey, Heidi, I hope you're doing well. I'm pregnant. And she just treated me with so much respect and kindness. And I really hope that afterwards, during my pregnancy, I did my best to work for her as hard as I could and, achieve certain things, because I wanted to prove her that, if you treat people with respect and if you treat expectant parents well, it will pay dividends, and you're going to get that back. And throughout my maternity leave, I didn't have the concern of whether I need to return to work, whether I want to return to work, whether I'm going to get the same position back, or whether Heidi going to change my contract, or all the worries again that expectant parents have, because I trusted Heidi.
Yeah.
And we had that relationship where I trusted her, that I knew I have a job to come back to. I can focus on my baby. I can focus on enjoying my pregnancy and my maternity. And when I come back, I can start again.
I think the point you made about SMEs is really interesting, like small companies is really interesting, because actually a lot of the small companies we deal with are really keen to support, but they've never had it before. They actually fundamentally don't know what they're meant to do. So we have clients who are as in the same way, who are like, oh, she told us we're pregnant, we really want to help her, but we don't know, we literally just do not know what we're meant to do. So I think one thing that I would say is, and it sounds like you guys are really nailing it as well, is like having that open culture to the way people feel like they can talk about it at any point. Because I mean, when you're really early pregnant, you're also more likely to be really unwell and be like actually just absolutely shattered and sick, and heaven knows. And actually, a lot of people don't tell their employer because obviously there's the 12-week point where people are more likely to communicate anyway. But you're probably going to take more sickness absence, and you feel you're in this weird point where you're like, I'm sick, but I can't say why, even though it is protected because it's related to pregnancy, but I don't know how to communicate that. So having that culture where people feel like you can say it earlier and then people feel a lot more like almost rip the band-aid off, that's done now, and then you feel more empowered in that knowledge. Something else when you work for small businesses, and I always say, is we kind of trying to work together, because it's new to everyone. You're having a new baby, a small company maybe doesn't know what to do. So trying to kind of put together and be like, well, this is everything I think I need to do. This is everything that maybe you can do and I've thought of, and trying to kind of collaborate on it, because people do want to support you. And if you say, these are the things that I think would maybe help, or these are the things that I think you need to do, they'll be really grateful for that, because it is difficult. It is hard to try and figure out what that looks like and make sure you're doing completely the right thing, and it is a bit of a minefield for some people. So I think that's a really good point as well.
What advice would you give, Alicia, to parents that need to tell their employee that they're pregnant and what their maternity plans are?
Well, I think it's so much about remembering that you haven't done anything wrong. It's amazing how guilty we feel still. Like, I absolutely adore my work. And I remember when I told Jodie I was pregnant, I remember saying, I'm really sorry. And I just thought, like, why am I? She was like, why are you sorry? That's amazing. You've been trying for ages. This is fab. But you just have this kind of, we feel so much association, so much, especially if we like our job, so much kind of association with that. So the first point is, don't feel guilty. You've done nothing wrong. And you are in kind of, I don't want to call it the position of power, but you are protected. So you should, although you do feel vulnerable from a whole lot of different ways, you should be bearing in mind that you are now protected. Someone can't turn around. Doesn't mean people don't, but they can't turn around and say, oh, well, okay, you're fired.
I was just wondering what parents can do if they feel discriminated. What should they do? Are there any time limits?
Yes. So time limits so effectively, when we talk about parents, we need to be focusing on, let's start out with mothers, or at least the person who is having the baby, because they're protected under maternity and pregnancy, like the protected characteristic of maternity and pregnancy. Now, there's a whole bunch of thing about the protected period from which they're protected from redundancy, but it's slightly different and nuanced, and it only applies in redundancy. Protection from maternity and pregnancy is literally from the second you tell them you're pregnant, or they suspect that you might be, all the way up to kind of when you come back, and things associated with breastfeeding or whatever it may be. And you're entitled to not be directly discriminated or indirectly discriminated against because of that. Now, if they feel that, so let's say in an absolute worst case scenario, you tell Bob, I'm pregnant, and Bob says, oh, okay, well, you are fired, which I haven't seen in those exact terms, but I've seen very, very close to. You would then have 3 months. That would be your act of discrimination. You have to do something about it within 3 months. And it's a whole, there are campaigns to extend this 3 months time limit, but you have 3 months from the last act of discrimination to go to ACAS, which is the start of escalating any dispute. If you miss your time limits, they can't hear it. And it is literally as simple as that. There is such little time. There's so little examples of when they will extend it. So even if your discrimination is, let's say, whilst you're on maternity leave. So let's say while you're on maternity leave, you find out that someone's been they're planning on not having you return, they've replaced you full time, they've told everyone at work that you're not coming back, even if you've not agreed from that conversation is probably going to be the act of discrimination, and you're going to want to make sure that it's in time. So even if you're on maternity leave, you probably have about 3 months in which you will have 3 months in which you want to make sure that you're escalating that through ACAS or getting legal advice to make sure you're doing that. It's one of the things that really frustrates me about the legal system, because that is not a long time for women who have just had a baby or are trying to balance everything else. And it really should be longer for that specific example, because let's face it, they're already juggling a whole load of plates. Why are you adding litigation to it? But that is the main thing, is it's something to absolutely be mindful of, is that if you are the victim of discrimination, if you're dismissed, then you've got 3 months from your dismissal date. If you're the victim but you're still there, raise a grievance, do whatever you need to do, but put something in your diary for that 3 months date, wherever it needs to be, and go to ACAS when you get to that date if it's not resolved.
It's mad, isn't it? Because I had something similar happen to me, and I live in a different country anyway, but there was this whole like cross jurisdiction thing of whether I could argue in the UK courts. And to be honest, it was just all so complicated that I gave up because of that 3 months. You know, I had postnatal depression and was just like trying to get through the days, you know, so it's impossible to take that route for a lot of people. You have to be pretty strong if it's immediately after you've had a baby to charge forward with that.
Yeah, and we have so many people who like come back from maternity leave and are then made redundant, or they're made so they never really go back, and then they take all their holiday and they get a new job because they need a new job, because they have to figure out how to get their earnings, and they get all of those ducks in a row, which is completely fair enough. And then they come to us and they're like, oh, you know, all these things happened, these are all the awful things they said, and we're like, it's definitely discrimination, but you've missed your window. And that's really difficult, because then there's no repercussions and there's no justice in that, is there really?
Yeah, hopefully it changes. I know there's lots of campaigning going on, so hopefully that does work. Dora, did you have something you wanted to add?
I just wanted to ask a question, because I know that the flexible working request, employers have 3 months to actually reply to that.
Yeah.
So if you are being discriminated against, and you make a flexible working request, and your employer takes their time and takes 3 months to reply, where is the end point? Where is the point where, okay, you know, it's too late to go to ACAS?
Yeah, so it's technically 3 months from the last act. So if something kind of reignites it, so let's say they then rejected your flexible working request, which is not in of itself discriminatory, so that's why I would be cautious anyway. But if they, let's say, they then denied it because they said, well, you know, you've got children, we don't want anyone who has children to look after, that's blatantly discriminatory because of sex, that's a new act. Now, if they're all linked and you can say they're done by the same person, they're part of a series of acts, then the last one, as long as the last one is in time, then the rest of them can come in. But it's just something to be mindful of, because employers are savvy and they know how to push you out. So like most commonly with dismissals, so if someone is dismissed and you appeal that dismissal, employers will quite often then deliberately take more than 3 months to have the outcome of your appeal of your dismissal. But you're timed out then, because it's not from the date of that outcome, it's from the date of your dismissal. So and they know that they're not dumb. They know they know where they're at with that. So it's just things like that to be mindful of. So if you are dismissed, you can't. It's not in your interest to wait and see if they reinstate. You can always take it back. It's free. So you could always put something in, and then if it resolves itself, you just withdraw it. There's no consequences to that, and that's much stronger for you than it would be to wait and then let them kind of get away with it almost.
I'm also wondering, Anicia, what the current maternity rights are for bereaved parents as well, parents that lose their baby, because obviously that was my first experience, and my employer was absolutely fantastic for me, I have to say. They let me take my time, they let me decide when I wanted to go back. They talked to me about how I would go back and what they wanted people to know and what not to know, etc. So what are the current maternity rights around bereavement leave?
So if you are more than 26 weeks pregnant, You are still entitled to your maternity leave, but you classed as a bereaved parent, so you're entitled to statutory parental bereavement leave, and so is the partner involved in that. So you get two, but it's 2 weeks and it's paid at a statutory rate. Now, a lot of employers enhance that and change that. But if you're over 26 weeks, you still also get you're still entitled, even if you sadly don't have a living baby, you're still entitled to maternity leave in any event. Lots of people don't take that full time because maybe they wouldn't want to, but you have that option open and available to you. If you're less than 26 weeks, then it would likely count as sickness absence, which is probably not sufficient, but that's the legal position. But there should, if your baby's born alive before 26 weeks, you still fall within the maternity piece. But obviously, if it's just a miscarriage, I say just, that's a horrible thing to say. If it is a miscarriage, then before 26 weeks, then it's just sickness absence. Now, as you say, a lot of people are very willing and want to enhance that and be very, very supportive. And I think that's great. But legally, yeah, it's just statutory bereavement and your maternity leave if you're past 26 weeks.
And again, I know there's lots of campaigning that's going on at the moment to try and change that, and it's changing all the time, which is great. But yeah, my employer was just so respectful and understanding, and they it was all discretionary, but they gave me full maternity rights, and it was up to me when I wanted to go back, etc. But I know that's a very personal decision.
Yeah, we've got a lot of like almost all of our employer clients are always looking for what they can do for stillbirth, parental loss. A lot of employers, which I really respect, are tying in abortion to be equal to kind of entitlements as well, and I find that really, really respectful. And the question we tend to get from employers is, what's everyone else doing and what might people need? And I find that, because I think when we talk about pregnancy and we talk about and employment, we can kind of suddenly go like, oh, discrimination, and feel like it's really adversarial. But overwhelmingly, there are always going to be stories and negative things happening. But overwhelmingly, employers do want to do the right thing. And employers do recognise increasingly the value in supporting the women in their workplace.
Yeah, we've got some information actually on our website, which is about how to support a colleague coming back that's lost a baby, and also, how you can support someone as a friend as well. So we have also got information there on the website for parents too.
Amazing.
Thank you. And I think final question, unless anyone's got anything to add, and we just touched on some of it then, but what are the positive changes you've seen happening, Alicia, recently?
I genuinely do feel, maybe it's because I work at Thrive now, and I used to have a different client base in London. We had a lot of American clients, and in America it's completely different. Like the entitlements we used to have we had an American client once who called and was like, well, it's based in our office in London, but how much leave does she get? And we were like, well, she gets 52 weeks. And he was like, what? Like, that's a whole year. What's she gonna do? I was like, raise her child. Like, that's so I think maybe it is slightly my exposure, but I do think generally employers are so engaged on the topic of well-being, and so engaged on what can we they recognise so much more than they used to the value of supporting your employees, and the fact that happier and healthier employees will be better employees. And I think that applies also when we talk about support for pregnant women and seeing those changes. I think there's a lot more knowledge around and support for people who are perhaps having fertility issues, kind of recurrent miscarriages, whatever it may be. People are motivated by wanting to do the right thing. I also think it's very interesting because there's studies to do with different expectations of different generations, and as we start to see kind of the younger generations come up, they actually expect those well-being support and that kind of things, that kind of respect of the individual and looking at every single person as an individual to be in place already. So I think that's kind of driving some of the change as well in terms of what that recruitment looks like. But I think there is so much positive change. Like, I think we've extended the protected period so that it applies to both men and women whilst they're when they returned from statutory leave, because we were seeing a lot of fathers when they tried to do things like shared parental leave, even though that is an excessively complicated system. We were seeing a lot of people being victimized because of that, and actually that protection is going to really help. We've seen a lot more open-mindedness around other forms of families and thinking about how to support equally with adoption leave and maternity leave, and making sure all of that kind of evens out. So I think there is so much positivity, and so much kind of engagement on positive change and support moving forward. It doesn't mean that there aren't still, as I say, those horror stories and those people who feel unsupported and those people who feel anxious, quite rightly. But I think overwhelmingly, people are trying to support in every way that they can, and are very open-minded to that.
That's good. And I think like you said, I think sometimes people just don't know what to say. And so sometimes the awkwardness causes people to say the wrong thing as well. And then when you're on the other side, you're, perhaps more sensitive given the current situation. So it all kind of builds up, whereas actually just those open and honest conversations up front are just so powerful with your employer.
Yeah, definitely. And I do think, I think in general, in terms of, we're talking about employer respect for employees, I think COVID has quite a lot to do with that, in terms of we all got a glimpse into each other's lives much more than we maybe had before, and we kind of all have started to appreciate from that. People did have home lives, people had families, people had things, and you would see more of that. And I think that's really influenced kind of the continued trajectory of how do we support what that looks like and keeping that going. So I think obviously COVID was disastrous in a whole heap of ways, but I do think it'd be very interesting to, in a kind of butterfly effect world, to see where we would be without that. And it's interesting. There's a whole bunch of other really positive things like flexible working requests are changing, and there's going to be hopefully some changes to make it so that you are assumed to be allowed to flexibly work unless you're told not to, and all these kinds of things are just tipping the balance slightly. The government childcare will really help working parents, if that actually ever comes through, but it will come through. But I was talking to a nursery, and they were like, we know as much as you do. Isn't it coming in like 3 months? Yes, it is. I think it's the more we respect the fact that, if we think about it more long over time, the more we respect the fact that everyone wants to work for employers and everyone sees the value in work, but also sees the value in having children and wants to do that and wants to have their families and wants to have that balance. And I think that's what everyone's searching for. And so it's in employers' interest to provide that, because otherwise they'll just go somewhere else.
Well, this has been absolutely fascinating, Alicia. Thank you so much. It's been I've got so much to digest. There's a lot of information there, but thank you. If anyone wants any advice, that's employees or employers, how can they find you?
So we've got a website, thrivelaw.co.uk. My email address is on there. There's a picture of me with red hair. Don't have red hair anymore, but I'm on there. So that's probably the best way. We've got an information box, and you can send some details in there, and we can arrange a call off the back of that. Happy to kind of have a chat about, I think, I am on Instagram, but I will see it if you message me. But I think it's just get in touch in whatever way you feel most comfortable, especially if you feel like, I mean, we've all been there, where you're so anxious that you just want to tell somebody and just feel like, well, I've checked off at least the starting point of talking about it with someone on my list, and then someone else can kind of guide me through. I'm happy to be that guide.
Amazing. Thank you so much.
No, you're welcome. I don't know if anyone has any questions came up, I suppose, if anyone had any thoughts while we were going.
All covered, I think. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries.
And thanks, Dora.
Thanks so much, Dora, for joining us.
No, thank you guys.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Take care.
Jonah, you there? Shit.
You okay?
Jonah, I'm here. Just a little stuck. A rock hit my leg.
Don't move, I'll get help.
No, I'm right on Trinity's tail. I don't want to attract attention.
I'm on my way.
I won't be long.
Jonah, I'm out. Be careful, the way into the site is full of traps.
Trinity's not done with it yet.
They're protecting something.
6 weeks, and still no solid leads on who's leading the local Trinity cell. But I talked to some people in town, and they're excited. There's a VIP coming to the Day of the Dead. Name's Dominguez. We should look into it.
I made it.
I'm on my way in. Almost there.
Sorry I didn't wait. Be careful.
Lara! Wow. Get a load of this place. Guess all that research paid off. Now we know what Trinity is after.
Yeah, they really didn't want us in here.
I'm glad we followed your father's notes.
Mm-hmm.
I saw where the passage collapsed on you back there. You want me to take a look at that wound?
No, I'm fine.
What is all this?
Constellations. This inscription is some sort of riddle. Pink fish.
Pink fish?
Silver-crowned mountain. There's a date here. But something's off. It looks like it was damaged, perhaps intentionally.
Why would Trinity sabotage this? They usually just destroy everything.
No, I think the damage is older. But who would have tampered with it?
Lara! We gotta get out of here. Lara!
I have to get this.
Come on! Move! Move!
Hurry!
Come on!
If you hadn't dragged me out, I'd still be in there taking pictures.
We'd still be in there. Don't know if you'd be doing much.
Jonah.
Hey, you want to freshen up? Regroup at the cafe? Dr. Dominguez is supposed to be there tonight.
Sounds good. I'll try and decipher the riddle, see if the date has anything to do with it.
Right. Pink fish, Silver Crown Mountains, I'll look into it. By the way, this cafe is supposed to have really good food. I know the chef.
I'm not very hungry.
After all of that, I'm starving. There he is.
Anything new on Dr. Dominguez?
Not much. He's leading a few Trinity digs in the area.
My father mentioned him in his journal more than once. He's an expert on pre-colonial ruins.
Everyone says he's a great guy. Big help to the town. So how's your leg?
Jonah, look. The riddle. Its directions. To find the hidden city, go south along the shore until you find the pink fish.
I found something for that. It's pink dolphins, found only in the Amazon.
It goes on. Then chase the heart of the serpent to the silver-crowned mountain. Look at this. It's the constellation Hydra, the serpent. This star is the heart. It's set in the southwest.
So southwest from the Amazon River. Brazil.
Peru.
Peru?
Okay, this date from the ruins, see? If you look closely, it is damaged. This number looks like a Maya 13, but what if it's really an 8? With precession, it...
What?
Precession. The Earth tilts, so over time, these stars appear in a different place on the horizon. Important if you're navigating by the night sky.
Okay.
In the Maya calendar, that's a 2,000-year difference. Back then, the heart of the serpent set directly to the west.
So that's why it's in Peru, not Brazil. Trinity has been looking in the wrong place.
Exactly. We need to look for the silver-crowned mountain in Peru. There's more. Something about a key. What is Trinity looking for in the hidden city?
Doctor, we found it.
Yes. Show me.
You heard that too, right?
Let's see where he goes.
Wait, hold on. Trinity's watching this place. Let's try to blend in. Trinity's people are armed. I heard they brought in reinforcements.
I'll stay out of their way. I want to avoid what happened with the last cell we took down.
They must know we were at the other site. So much for a night off.
Where did Dominguez go?
He can't be far. He must be in the courtyard somewhere.
Yeah,
Let's look around.
someone must know something.
Hey, Sammy, how's it going?
Gracias, Jonah.
All this food is making my stomach rumble.
Guess you should have eaten.
I was too excited.
As usual. Where did he go?
Let's keep looking.
How's your leg, by the way?
It's fine if I don't think about it.
Can you believe it? This one was caught drinking the ofrendas.
Oh dear. I'm sure I was just as mischievous as a child.
No need to punish her. The tequila will take care of that on its own.
I'm not really used to crowds.
You'd rather storm guards or the deathless?
No, this is fine. Jonah, he's at the gate.
I see.
Good. Be sure I'm not following.
I think I can find another way over the wall.
I'll take care of these guys. Hey, fellas, how you doing?
Good. You can't come through this way.
I heard there was some kind of a crazy fiesta, like chicks and skull makeup. Y'all know anything about that?
It's not for tourists.
No, you know, Maria invited me. You know her? She's my cousin. My abuela, she was from here, don't look like it, but rest her soul. I wanted to make like an offering. What's that thing you do with the blankets? All right, you know what? I can see you guys are busy. I won't waste any more of your time. Y'all keep on trucking. Thanks for your service. Keeping us safe.
Jonah, I'm in.
Good. Those guards weren't at the gate earlier. Dominguez must suspect something.
Excuse me.
You made contact with the High Consul.
Yes, sir. Even after the fiasco in Brazil. No one questions your leadership of the organization.
We've come too far to stop now.
Yes, sir. They're ready for anything.
Jonah, Dominguez is not just the leader of this cell. I think he's the leader of Trinity.
We need to be careful. Laura.
Yeah, I heard you.
Disculpe, señorita.
My fault.
Someone set off a trap at the first site. We think it was Croft.
Wait,
What's wrong?
I want confirmation, Commander. No more guessing.
I'll make sure we get visual confirmation.
Jonah, they might have noticed me. I'll try the back alley.
I'll find another way around.
Doctor, son muchos de sus hombres.
We can never be too safe. You're very gracious. Thank you.
We should go. Yeah, this is Commander Rourke. Dominguez wants confirmation Croft is here. You have the photo. Female, Caucasian, early 20s. You got that?
Well,
Good. They'll find her.
good.
Hey, get out of my office.
Sorry.
Close the door when you leave.
Right.
Don't worry. Go, play.
The readings at the site are unlike anything we've ever seen.
It's the key to our next phase.
If this is it, we'll be ready.
Jonah, they've entered the dig site. It's fenced off and there's a guard at the gate. I'll find another way in.
I found a good spot. I'll watch the perimeter.
There's got to be more to these ruins. A Maya pyramid inside some sort of cave.
Take him into the ruins. You'll be far enough out of earshot.
No, no, please. Don't make this harder than it needs to be.
Come on, just do it.
Any final words?
Wait. I'm a government official. I'm supposed to be here.
Not anymore, Mr. Lead Archaeologist. Your employment has been terminated.
Please, no. I have money. I can pay you.
I won't hurt you. You work for Trinity. What did they find?
Well, they've been searching for a temple entrance for many years. Today they found it. I have to go warn my sister. She's on her way here now.
Jonah, Trinity just tried to kill a local archaeologist.
Oh, God.
I have to find what they're looking for.
This is Commander Rourke. All teams, get ready for Operation Blackout.
I better take a look at those ruins. I better check those ruins. I know this figure. Ishel, the goddess of the full moon. Oh, and this is Shakshel, the new moon. There's an inscription. Shakshel, the key lies beyond her gaze. The key. This is it. The entrance must be down there. Got to make my way down. Okay, this should work. All right.
This is Commander Rourke. I want the site secured ASAP. When Dr. Dominguez arrives, we all go in together. This is Commander Rourke. I want the site secured ASAP. When Dr. Dominguez arrives, we all go in together. Dominguez is on his way down.
Damn, I better hurry. I've got this. The statue is looking at that cave. This is it. Jonah, I'm entering a cave. We may lose contact.
Copy that. I'll keep an eye on Trinity out here.
This cave looks like it's usually underwater. What is this place? I have to find the temple Dominguez is looking for. Jonah, I made it. I'm in an underground temple.
Good.
Whoa. That's not good.
Lara, Trinity's blasting their way in.
I can tell. It's causing tremors. There's a pyramid. I'm gonna get to the top.
Lara, how's it going?
Good. There are platforms that can help me reach the top. Looking for something to weigh them down.
You're breaking up. Got some activity here. I'm gonna get closer.
find a way to destroy that debris. Jonah!
Yeah, I'm here.
Jonah, there's a mural here. It shows a box. Inscription says, "The Silver Box of Ishal." That must be what's in the hidden city. This is a Maya myth. It says the box will summon the god Kukulkan.
The creation god. Is that what Trinity's after?
Wait, there's more. Looks like a series of cataclysms. A tsunami. A storm. An earthquake. Volcanic eruption.
So much for the god of creation.
Well, in Maya belief, Kukulkan is the god of creation and destruction. This looks like the Hydra constellation, but the stars seem out of alignment. Found a dagger. There's an inscription. The key to Ishal's heart unlocks the cleansing. We can't let Trinity get hold of this.
Let's think this through. Hey, shit! Lara, Trinity guards are coming your way.
Get to higher ground.
Oh no, you took it, didn't you?
Hurry.
They're on their way. Who?
Dr. Dominguez and more men. Apparently we found what we're looking for. Great. Then the siege begins. Yeah, that's what the reinforcements are for.
Yes, I heard you, okay? Dominguez is coming tonight. I get it. What I'm telling you is the rain is gonna flood the beach. What the fuck do you think I'm doing? Checking on the water pump right now. Okay. Let's make sure everything's copacetic here.
How's it going with that pump? Answer me! You finished with that pump yet?
Someone help me get these lights ready.
Operation Blackout has been initiated. None of the local workers leave the site alive. Ah, fuck. We've planned for this. Make sure the perimeter's
has to wait
secure.
for us when he gets here. It's not gonna be pretty. Inspectors are coming. Be ready.
God damn it! He's hunting us! Copy that. Weapons free. Got a hostile!
Your privileges have been revoked. Commander Ward, this is Gamma Leader. Operation Blackout is complete. No witnesses. The site is secure.
Have to be quick.
All right, let's dispose.
No shame in giving up! Well...
People! Fuck! Copy that! Target sighted!
Always hated helicopters.
Let's find them. Boys! Cross down to hardly nothing. Stop while you can.
More of them.
Cover me! I'll get behind her! Fire here!
I hope that's all of them.
There she is!
Stop! Don't hurt her. Lara Croft. This isn't the way I hoped would be. You know I've been interested in your work.
Trinity always is.
The key of Shasha. I've sacrificed my life for this. Where's the silver box of Isha? Give it to me.
It's in a safe place.
You don't have it. It never occurred to me that you would just take. With this key and the silver box, we can remake the world without weakness, cruelty. And certainly with none of this. But without the box, the apocalypse, the death of the sun.
You're lying.
Lara, you felt it when you took the key.
Tremors are common.
A tsunami is coming, and this is the first of many catastrophes you're doing!
You would have done the same!
By taking the key, you set the apocalypse in motion. Do you realize the tragedy you have unleashed? The cleansing has begun. It falls to me now to stop it before it consumes us all. It never occurred to me that you would just take. With this key and the silver box, we can remake the world without weakness, cruelty. And certainly with none of this. But without the box, the apocalypse, the death of the sun.
You're lying.
Lara, you felt it when you took the key.
Tremors are common.
A tsunami is coming, and this is the first of many catastrophes you're doing!
You would have done the same!
By taking the key, you set the apocalypse in motion. Do you realize the tragedy you have unleashed? The cleansing has begun. It falls to me now to stop it before it consumes us all.
Laura! I was so worried.
I failed. Worse.
What do you mean?
Dominguez. He has the dagger. I lost it. After everything that my father went through, I gave Trinity exactly what they wanted. He'll use the box and the knife to remake the world.
To remake it into what?
I don't know, he thinks he can rid it of sin and weakness. A man like that, we have to stop him. It's all my fault.
We'll figure it out, okay? I promise.
No! We have to get to the hidden city before Trinity. We have to find the silver box.
Okay, but first, we're gonna help these people get to safety, and then we'll go after the box.
No one is safe! Not if he gets the box first! I have to go! I'm the only one!
You're the only one that can what? You don't know that you caused all this, Laura! Not everything is about you! These people need us here. We can do good now! Besides, what do we gotta go on? A riddle? We're gonna need more than pink fish and silver crowns to get to the hidden city. I'm gonna help these people. And then I'll find us a plane.
think we're looking for a volcanic mountain. The crown of silver is probably a band of clouds.
I just can't get those people back there out of my head. They lost everything.
The riddle says, chase the heart of the serpent to the Silver Crown Mountain where the twins confer. I wonder what the twins are.
This storm looks like bad news.
It's just a little rain. We'll concentrate on the Cloudy Mountain.
Cloudy Mountain. If we find it, how do we know we have the right one?
Gut feeling? It's our only clue. The mural says there'll be more disasters. The best way we can help them is to put a stop to it and Trinity.
Okay. But how do we really know?
Jonah, what I felt when I took the dagger.
You mean the tremors of the tsunami?
More than that. It felt like I woke something up. I know that it's not practical. I know that it's hard to believe, but you need to trust me.
We have to trust each other. Hey, I might have something over here.
Really? That's it!
I don't like this storm. Should we come back in the morning?
We're so close.
I guess a little turbulence wouldn't stop Trinity either.
Miguel, is there anywhere to land?
Yeah, I can put you down near Koak Yaku.
Let's go.
Contact! It might get bumpy.
What are you doing?
I'm gonna level it!
be useful. I'll keep this for later.
Hello? Anyone?
Where are they? I have to find them. Silver Crown Mountain. I'm getting closer. Someone's over there. I have to get to them. Howlers. A fire. Someone must be around.
Hello? Jonah? Miguel? Can you hear me? Where are you?
I didn't know the storm would hit so hard. This is all my fault. I should have listened to Jonah, thought it through. I never should have taken that dagger. I hope no one else was hurt. No other village destroyed. I need to stop these cataclysms before it's too late. Part of the plane landed here. My gear is in that cargo. I'll need to cut it down. I need something to cut that down. Might be a sharp piece of scrap in that section of the wreck. Won't be able to open that without a tool. Maybe a piece of scrap from the wreck. Damn it. good, but it's dull. I need to find something to sharpen it. I can use this. Still need more though. Exactly what I was looking for. Just need a bit more. Got everything I need. Should head back to camp. That should be sharp enough. Something's still holding the supplies up. Ah, there's a second rope tethering them. Now I can get my gear back. Why didn't I pack all my equipment together?
Miss Croft? Anyone? Come in!
Miguel? Where are you? Damn!
Miguel? I don't like this. Miguel? Where are you? Oh no. Miguel? 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 Holy shit. Got to be careful here. That's part of the wreckage. Jonah! Plane! Jonah, are you there? I thought I got you killed.
Hey, do you know what happened to Miguel?
He didn't make it. What's wrong with your arm?
Some sort of parasite. I was looking for some wormwood, but it doesn't grow around here.
Let me see.
Oh, hey, what are you doing?
If we leave it in there, it'll only get worse. Sit.
You sure you know what you're doing?
I had something similar happen to me when I was a child in Egypt. I won't lie, it's gonna hurt.
You think that storm from earlier was the storm? The one from the mural?
I don't know.
I think maybe we should stop and take stock. We've been pushing so hard forward. Flying into that storm.
I didn't think it was gonna be that bad.
Well, I should have insisted we turn back. I mean, I get it. You lock onto a problem and everything else just disappears.
Jonah.
Hey, I'm with you. It's my choice, most of the time. But if we die, who stops the cataclysms? Who keeps Trinity from doing what they want?
Sometimes I feel like I have to keep going, and if I don't, then I'll just let everyone down. But maybe for the sake of a few hours, we could have turned back.
Maybe we should give him a name.
Okay.
Eli? No, my cousin. He's always trying to get under my skin.
Goodbye, Eli.
Thanks.
We should go. If we can find Kawakyaku, we can rest for the night.
Sounds good. I think we can see the village through the vines over there.
I'm glad you stayed at the crash site.
Well, if you were out there, I wanted you to be able to find me. I had a flare gun, so...
Yeah, I think Miguel was heading toward it when...
Poor guy. We can get through here. Give me a hand. You see that?
It must be Kwak Yaku. We have to get down there.
You sure this is a path?
Come on, stay close to me.
This is definitely not a path. Oh. Oh! God.
Almost there.
Almost there. Heard that before. Oh, gotcha! You right?
I'm okay. Just a couple more steps.
Okay. Okay.
You're all right.
I'm okay. I'm okay. Who do you think built all this?
It could have been the Inca. They knew a lot about hydraulics.
The bridge is down. Maybe we could lift it with those counterweights.
Maybe.
I hope that this structure is here because we're on our way to that village.
Me too.
This water is drinkable.
You want to try it?
I think I'll stick to the bottles you found in the cargo from the plane.
I don't understand. It's almost like a creel.
You know, if I had known how much time I'd spent in the wilderness, I'd have paid more attention in Boy Scouts.
Wasn't your thing?
Well, my family situation meant we didn't get to do a lot of stuff like that. What about you? Ever do Girl Scouts or Boy Scouts as a kid?
Does boarding school count?
I don't know. Does it?
Probably not. But Roth showed me some things. I always preferred the company of adults anyway.
Yeah. I'll miss that guy.
Me too. It's too heavy. Give me a hand. Nothing.
Okay. Let's let it go. Slowly.
This describes something nearby. 2 serpents guard life and death. I lie trapped within their eternal struggle.
Hey, that did something. I think the water powers the bridge somehow.
With Eli gone,
The water's filling the bucket.
good. Let's see what those counterweights do. Oh, the bucket's leaking.
Come on back. Let's try again.
Need to get the water flowing to the bucket.
I'm going to have to let it go. Hurry! I can't hold this much longer.
Okay, Jonah, you can let go.
That's it. Let's get across.
Guess we go through here.
After you. What's that?
I think it's some sort of sealer or... Help me with this.
Sure. What is it?
It's a recipe. Seems to be a mixture of herbs. It could help if we run into any more jaguars.
Let's hope we don't. Way out is over here.
We're getting closer to the village.
I can't wait to get back to civilization. These are different from the ruins in Mexico. Do your dad's notebook say anything about Peru?
No. I mean, there is supposed to be a secret city of gold in Peru. Paititi. Every treasure hunter on Earth is looking for it. But Dad's notes stop in Mexico. Like he lost interest or...
Or?
I don't know. The next volume picks up in Syria.
I think we can get out that way.
Jonah, help me with this. On 3, 2, 1.
Are you okay?
Help me with this.
Your back looks bad. I'm gonna go make camp. Let me take a look at that. It's not pretty. You know, with everything we've been through recently, I've been thinking about my brother. I always tried to protect him. From my father. From himself. But I lost him.
You did everything you could.
If I had been in the right place, at the right time, he would still be here. If I had eyes in the back of my head.
You can't protect everyone. Thank you.
I miss him.
I know. My parents. I miss them too. I had a dream about my mother recently.
Yeah?
It was so vivid. When I was little, my father used to keep things from me. Hide things. About her, especially.
Why would he do that?
After she died, he thought they'd cause me pain. It didn't stop me from looking for them, of course. I still have so many questions.
Your dad created as many mysteries as he solved.
Dominguez said that he would use the silver box of Ishel to remake the world. If you had that power, what would you do?
Panic, probably.
You wouldn't go back to when your brother was alive and be with him again.
And lose everything else? No way. I like this world. It's not perfect. But everything I love now is in it.
Claim her treasure. The adventurer Lara Croft must outwit the king, reach the forbidden tomb, and solve the mystery of the White Queen. The way will be fraught with trials.
Lara, are you doing your maths homework?
The adventurer should not dally any longer. In a minute, Dad! high walls of the castle beckon, taunting. Lara climbs out over a lake of bubbling lava. Looks like there's something up there in the crow's nest. I'll have to do better. The floor gives way! Lara tumbles into the darkness. Now for the real treasure in the Forbidden Tomb.
Yes, I'm aware of it.
Our hero must be quiet to avoid alerting the king.
Yes, I'm aware of that. What does Lara have to do with any of this? She's in her room doing her homework.
She hasn't much time. The King's Guard will never expect Croft to climb the castle. The castle tower is taller than she thought. Our hero continues climbing, looking for another way in. Our hero spies another entrance. Shoo! Go on! Young Lara confronts the extraordinary height and danger and pushes it from her mind. Almost there. She recovers her footing and her goal. Now, onward to the Forbidden Tomb. These parapets are damaged. She'll have to squeeze through. She's so close, she can almost touch it, but an invisible force field stands in her way. There must be another entrance. Our fearless adventurer has reached the summit. At last, she spots a way in below. She will have to be careful. do I do these stupid things? Shit! Croft chuckles at her audacity. She's close now. At last, she enters the Forbidden Tomb. Wow. By night, the great bat stole the queen at 30 north and 90 east. From her pen, she wrote her heart. With light, unlock her love's release. I wonder if the White Queen is lonely. The coordinates might have something to do with the globe. The note said 90 degrees east and 30 north. With light, unlock her love's release. It worked. Croft has entered the forbidden mezzanine. She'll have to be careful. A baby Tyrannosaurus Rex. I wonder if it lost its mother too. A Yatiri, a South American healer. No matter where you stand, these masks seem to stare at you. This looks Mayan. Is it Kukulkan? I wonder who those two dogs are. Animal skulls, an omen of death and symbols of great change. I haven't seen some of these artifacts before. This is from Colombia, a Xeno chieftain mask. I wonder if these eyes have seen El Dorado. An ossuary. This box contains the bones of the dead. I can't read the inscription. This is the kind of armor that the conquistadors wore during the Age of Discovery. I wonder what they found. A statue of an Ariki from the Cook Islands. "25th Dynasty. The interior of the sarcophagus is incredibly intricate. An African tribal mask, made of gold. Ashanti, perhaps. The death mask of Agamemnon, found in Mycenae. The great bat's wings unfurl. Its shield reflects the light beam. There she is! The White Queen. Trapped. I have to help her. It has taken our hero years to piece this map together, spending nights The poor queen, Maria Theresa, died a painful death, to which the Sun King, Louis XIV, married Maria Theresa, ending a long-standing war between France and Spain. The head of King David. From a shepherd to a king. Imagine that. A quotation from Chaucer. What is better than wisdom? The cup of St. John. The apostle had been given a chalice of poisoned wine. But after his blessing, this is an old game. 2 shields and a white crown. Could that be the White Queen? Now I can free her! With light, unlock her love's release. Amazing. Her heart pounding, our hero crosses the threshold into the unknown. These are Mum's things.
The path was dark and is guarded by bats, said the Red Knight. The White Queen regarded him with a curious smile and said,
Bats! I'm not afraid of bats. I'm not afraid of anything. Tell me about this.
You and me are riding a T-Rex in Egypt.
Where's Daddy?
At work.
this is very, very important. I cannot abandon my responsibilities just on the verge.
You are always on the verge. Your obsession is destroying this family.
Obsession? I'm upset.
You are missing your daughter's childhood because you're always in some tomb on the other side of the world. Why can't you be happy with what you have?
Oh, for goodness sake, you don't have to deal with it.
Dad?
Please, for goodness sake, you've got to understand. This is probably the most important one I've arrived at. Well, okay, what do I do? I have to...
Dad? Dad! Dad! Come on. Please, Dad. Wake up. Dad. Don't leave me.
Morning. So, Silver Crown Mountain?
Yeah. There's a road.
Let's check it out.
What's going on?
Shit, Trinity, get down.
Damn.
Truck's stuck.
I can see that. What are we doing about it?
Follow my lead.
How the hell am I supposed to know?
What are you doing?
Get back. Hide.
You're the logistics guy, aren't you?
I'm not the one who drove onto a rotting bridge.
Oh, hold up! I got him! Hold on, you're friendlies. Keep your eyes open. Someone should check back there.
I'll do it.
Put it right there. Make sure nothing can get through. I want this whole area sealed off.
Yes, sir!
If there's anything here, we're gonna find it.
When's the last time this thing was serviced? This is rusty. Don't get distracted, Mendez.
What are we looking for here?
Anything that moves. Anything that doesn't.
They still didn't find that relic. I'd love to be the guy that does. Me? Why not? You'd be a hero.
I'll be dead more likely. No thanks. I'll keep sitting here looking for hostiles. Less talking, more looking, gentlemen. Get off your asses. Yes, sir.
It's quiet. What's your team doing?
I'll check.
We're not paying them to sightsee.
We'll have to go under.
Yeah.
We know there's a big temple. What we're looking for is any smaller ruins we might have missed before.
Okay.
It's really wedged in there.
I'm afraid if we move it, we'll lose it.
We're gonna have to reinforce the bridge.
It'll be tough to find some space.
Why didn't you test the bridge like I told you?
Oh, I'm pretty sure we did test the bridge first.
Fuck off. I'm not covering for you.
Maybe we can pull it out.
Okay, maybe. Let me think about that.
We can take them.
All right.
You go left. I'll take these guys.
What in God?
Hide.
Dave, Sammy. Guys, I told them to test the bridge first. Son of a... Dave! Dave!
Oh, no, you don't! Fuck you!
Stop! Thanks. You okay?
Yeah. Take this. I hope that's the last of them. That was close.
Yeah.
They know they're coming here.
I don't know.
Not exactly the civilization I was hoping to run into. Oh, so itchy.
That means it's healing.
I might have liked it better when I was younger.
Oh, I know. I'm just trying not to think about my back. That did it.
Nice.
Come on, let's go.
Any idea what the twins in that room are?
Could be anything. A pair of monuments or mountains or streams.
I suppose we'll know it when we see it.
Yeah. I see people down there.
Hope they're friendly.
I'll let you do the talking. Hi.
Do you know if there's a place nearby we can stay for the night?
How'd you get so deep into the jungle? You lose your tour group or something?
No.
There were some guys here before, looking for artifacts. You with them? Trinity.
Definitely not.
I need a break anyway. Come with me.
Ugh. I'm sorry to ask so many questions, but the only B&B in town is my place.
Well, you can't be too careful. By the way, I'm Jonah.
Abby, Lara. Come in, have a seat. Carlos, 3. So, what are you here for exactly?
Well, we were following a riddle when our plane went down.
You mean it crashed?
Yeah.
And you just walked out of the crash?
Well, you know, it's cruising pretty low.
We are looking for Maya ruins.
Mayan? You know you're in Peru, right?
Yeah. Long story.
Oh. Thanks. Well, you don't seem like a typical archaeologist.
Oh, she's the archaeologist. I'm just a cook.
Really?
Yeah.
Have you tried any of our local ceviche yet? It's a specialty.
Not unless it grows in the jungle.
No, don't tell me you missed our famous fish trees. Where did you take this?
Mexico. Why?
Oh, I've seen this symbol before. Where? There's some ruins nearby, and a small rock with something like this carved on it.
Do you mind if I take a look around?
Be my guest, but I guarantee they're not Mayan. My people were Inca and proud of it.
Why don't you rest for a while?
You sure?
I promised you a day off.
Well, I'm not gonna say no to that.
Have fun.
You too. Friends. Colleagues.
You want to make a deal?
Huh.
Ah, hello. Are you here with the excavation team?
No, just passing through.
Okay. If you need anything, the market's in the middle of town. You can resupply before you move on.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
Hey, you want to know your way around Kuakyaku? Just ask me.
Are you the local tour guide?
I know where to go, and who to steer you clear of.
I see.
Best fish is on the dock, obviously. Tacos are best at El Licor de Cerdo, but his beer is piss warm.
I'll watch out for that.
Oh, and Omar, stay away from that guy. You don't need his kind of trouble. Thinks he can just come to town and take what he wants.
Right. Well, I'll be sure to keep an eye out for trouble.
Keep them both open. Omar.
Uh-huh.
They've been working all night.
And? Isn't that what they're paid for? Get lost.
It's on.
Shit, no.
Now fuck off and let me watch the damn game.
What is that?
Sure would be great to get these thieves out of here.
Everything all right?
No. It's all terrible, as usual. These pillagers come to town, hire us to dig up our own relics, don't even pay us a living wage.
And then they run off with them and profit.
We are all desperate here. There's no work since Porvenir pulled out. We're sitting ducks.
And I imagine the storm hasn't helped matters.
What little we had is gone or underwater. I don't know what to do anymore.
I have some experience with these kinds of people. Maybe I can help.
I don't know what good it'll do. Did I catch your name?
Lara.
I'm Victor. If you want to talk to Omar, the executive lead tormentor in charge of theft and pillaging, he's in there.
Thanks.
Be careful. He doesn't like to be challenged.
To be honest, I'm kind of...
¿Por qué sigues castigada por terquita?
Hello.
Let me guess. Omar sent you to shake me down? Well, I'm not giving that bastard anything.
What are you talking about?
What am I? I'm sorry. I saw that knife and gun and figured... never mind. You looking for anything in particular or just browsing?
What do you have?
What do I have? This is Kuwaki Yaku, one of the greatest archaeological sites in South America. Well, it could be. It should be.
If it weren't for pillagers?
Exactly. Omar and his thugs are after money, not history. I have items of cultural significance for sale. They may be damaged, but they're worth restoring. Let me show you what I have. Excellent choice. Come back soon.
Jonah, I found Incan ruins, but I think the foundation of the temple is older.
Yeah, Abby remembered where she saw that symbol. It's inside the temple somewhere.
Great. Tell her thank you for me.
I'm right here. You can thank me by not breaking anything.
I'll be right there, Lara.
I can hear them calling from under the earth. The voices. The old gods.
Maybe you just need to rest.
No! See for yourself. See where the breath of the gods rises from the womb of the earth. Listen to their pained howls.
I hadn't noticed that. Where is this breath?
You'll see. You'll hear it. Perhaps you can ease their suffering.
Hey, looks a lot bigger on the outside. What'd you do?
Jonah, look.
Ishal and Shakshal, the twins come together.
What is it? Lara,
What?
Abby said not to break anything.
I'm not breaking it. I'm restoring the original. Someone was trying to hide it. The twins come together before following the path of the living.
It's been tampered with. Like that thing in Mexico.
This must lead to the next clue.
Go. I'll stay here. See what else I can find.
Sounds good.
Jonah, I found the temple.
Great!
centuries of earthquakes and storms. Might be a ladder if it was the right way up. This looks promising. Magnificent. Got it. More sails. close. Have to access the central pillar. This might work. Damn, the lever is too worn to hold the door. Yes, that'll hold. There. Good, the ladder should turn now. Got to find another way up. One more climb. Face to face in a temple built in your honor. Should be able to make my way down to the chamber from here.
careful.
Jonah, I'm past the Eagle Trial. I must be closing in on the Hidden City. This appears to be Incan, but it looks newer than the stone underneath. Was this made later? This appears to be Incan, but it looks newer than the stone underneath. Was this made later? Jonah? The view up here is amazing. The Hidden City must be near.
Laura, I made it through. I'm entering a cavern.
Jonah? Damn. Got to be more careful. It's giving way. That was close. All right. Jonah, I may have found it. The hidden city. I'm gonna look for the serpent with a silver eye. Hello? Who's there? Hello? I can help you.
Get back! You don't belong here!
Listen, I know it hurts, but... Trinity.
Thank you.
¡Puede! ¡Puede!
Who are you? What's your purpose here? I'm a researcher. Lara Croft. They'll be back. We must find safety. Bring her. You're not only my son, you're my heir. You must not court unnecessary danger. Had you not been there, would this woman have found us? I'm glad you're safe. If you're not with the cult, how did you find this place? I followed a map from a temple. I was expecting ruins, not you or any of this. The cult, why did they attack your son? I recognize their insignia. I know them as Trinity. I'm trying to stop them. Stop them from doing what? They're looking for an artifact. Some sort of box connected to a moon goddess. Why do you want it? To steal it? Sell it? No. I just can't let Trinity, the cult, get to it first. They're too dangerous. Why? What have they done to you? They killed my father. Can I show you something? Do you know what this is? This is Paititi. You're already here. Paititi, the hidden city. But what's this eye? That is a place of death and sacrifice.
And you think your artifact is there?
Yes.
No, none who has gone has ever returned.
I'd be willing to try.
You would risk it simply to stop the cult.
Yes.
Bring him in.
Jonah.
Are you okay?
Do you know this man?
He's my best friend. Abby.
She's fine.
Who else is looking for you?
There's no one else.
I believe we're seeking the same thing. We will bring you to the serpent with the silver eye, but we'll keep your friend here. You won't get very far if you're lying, and he will not be comfortable.
You don't need to do that.
It's fine. I'll stay.
Etzli, get this woman some clothes. Uchu, keep him company.
I'll be back as soon as I can.
All right. Pretty nice place.
Quiet.
This is incredible.
Gemma, tell us about you, because I think you're in Dubai, aren't you?
Yes, I have been living in Dubai for the last 3 years now. Actually, this is my third year. So I'm here with my two kids, 7 and 9, and my husband. So yeah, it's great when it's not too hot.
Yeah, I can imagine. I imagine it must get really hot. What's the weather like at the moment?
Hot, hot and getting hotter, it seems. I reckon 2 or 3 more weekends and it'll be manageable. But yeah, it's not good at the minute.
So tell us what
Heidi,
you do.
you carry on. I was just gonna dive in and say, if you're really British, you can like give it a good go outside in Dubai at the moment. It's 36 degrees, but it's quite easy to baste out there.
Yeah. You know, when I go back to the UK, even a UK summer, I think is cold. I sit there with a coat on and freezing. I'm just so used to now living in this hot desert. But yeah. You wanted me to say what do I do? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tell us about what you do.
So I am a pain relief coach, and I help people with chronic pain to recover without medication or surgery. Basically, by teaching them about the latest science and research to do with pain, and helping them to get out of the pain fear cycle, which it's so easy to get into. Yeah, with surprisingly quick and good results. You know, it's a whole new way of looking at pain. So it's an exciting field.
And how did you? So that's very interesting. But I mean, how on earth did you even get into that field?
Oh, well, yeah. So I got into this field because I lived with back pain for 10 years, and I went down the traditional medical route, medication, physio, osteopaths, chiropractors, up until the point of having injections in my spine just to get enough relief from the pain. And when my kids were tiny, I couldn't even lift them from the floor to a high chair. Like the pain was excruciating. So after sort of exhausting every single thing apart from surgery, I was literally on the waiting list for surgery. And then someone got me onto neuroplastic pain, which is what I discovered that I have, and which a lot of people have. Neuroplastic pain basically means the brain is misfiring signals into your body, creating pain long after the actual thing is healed. So yeah, and then within the space of 2 or 3 months, I was having days with no pain at all, and then shortly after, I was back to doing everything I've always done. So I think realizing how easy it is, relatively easy it is with the right education, that was the turning point for me to pivot my career and throw myself into this new field, which has been so rewarding. I can't tell you, like, just to see people, especially mums, just seeing mums get back to being mums without that kind of heavy, it's exhausting having any kind of chronic pain. So yeah, it's been great.
Yeah, it is. It's really hard for mums because obviously we're juggling so many different things, and we've got so many things going on in our heads. I feel like I've got like 20 tabs open all the time. So, what were the effective strategies that you put in place then to try and get over this back pain?
Well, the first thing was really understanding the science behind pain. And pain is a signal that's trying to tell us something. So like you put your hand on a hot stove and the pain tells you, I must lift my hand off right now. But what happens with chronic pain is the body should heal naturally within, most things should heal within 3 months. But if it goes on longer than 3 months, what's effectively happening is the pain signal is still firing, telling you this should be painful. So for some people, it's like sitting should be painful, or for some people, standing should be painful. And there's many different symptoms with chronic pain, but ultimately it comes down to the body or the brain, let's say, thinking that there is something wrong with you. And then we very quickly get into the pain fear cycle. So the very first thing was understanding the science. And then the second thing, and the most important thing, was not being scared of the pain. And the minute you can get rid of that fear around the pain and just allow it to be a sensation that's there and you're not scared of it, then that's when you're back in control and you can start to move through it. And then I think alongside that is recognizing the reason I was in that state in the first place is because my nervous system was really in overdrive. Like it was working, it was telling me I should be scared, but my nervous system was what we call dysregulated, and I needed to get back down to a state of calm. You know, it's only when you can calm your nervous system that your body will heal itself. So yeah, that's a very high level description of what I did, but yeah.
How do you, I guess, you know, Heidi and I were reflecting before this conversation where we both had instances of pain, and you helped me personally, Gemma, through mine, where I was ready to have an operation on my foot, which was due to an issue came up on the MRI, so I was sold on it. But actually, after practicing some of the techniques that you taught me, I was able to overcome it, and now it feels like it's completely fine. But when you're in that state of, which was amazing, so thank you again, but when you're in that state of, I've forgotten the words you used, but where you're kind of dysregulated, how do you know that you're in that state? Like, how do you become aware? Because I found whenever I'm incredibly stressed, it feels like the world's like coming in and I see no way out, and you just don't see clearly. And, I think that would be really relevant for our listeners, particularly with crazy families or the pregnant or, across the board.
And, I really like this question because there's not a straightforward answer. If you'd have said to me, are you stressed at the height of, like, I had the worst back pain ever. I had 2 kids and I was leaving the house in the morning to go and do a full-time job and then come home and try and be super mum in the evening and then super wife after that. Like, if you'd have said to me, are you stressed? I would have said no. At no point did I kind of think that I was stressed at all. Like, because I was juggling so many things, I couldn't afford to drop a single ball. And so what was happening is my body was stressed and it was showing the signs with back pain. Now, for some people, it would be migraine, pelvic pain, fibromyalgia. Like there's so many different ways that the body can react. Hair loss, skin, itchy skin. The list is almost endless, right? And everyone has a different thing, but it's actually easier for people to feel physical pain than emotional pain in many cases. So this is why it was an interesting question. Like, what does it feel like? For me, it felt like back pain. But I do know for other people, it might feel like anxiety, like heart palpitations, just really, really on edge. I think looking back, the indicators for me, other than the back pain, I was very snappy with the kids. They would do something, they're great kids, but they would do something and I'd find myself going, all the time. Like, and then there was always this like little voice in my head going, why me? Why do I have to feed them? Why do I have to do the washing up? Why? Like, almost like I was a victim, but I never voiced it. It was just like going round and round in my head, like I have to do everything. And I just did do everything. But I kind of was suppressing it the whole time. Does that make sense? Do you resonate with that? It's like, it's hard being a mum.
Yeah.
Like really, really hard. But if I look back on how I was then versus how I am now, I'm a lot more allowing now. Like I just kind of go with the flow. I'm a lot more, take it easy. I'm more of a take it easy type person.
I think for me and Heidi, I'd be interested in your reflection as well. When I had the issue with my foot, it was actually quite a long time after I had been really stressed. So it was like I was actually getting into I mean, I've completely changed the way that I operate and what I do as a career because of, I just sort of had a realization that I wanted to do something completely different. And with that became a lot less stress because I'd gone from like a big corporate job. But I found the pain actually came like sometime afterwards, like a year after. So when we were talking, I was like, well, I'm not stressed, but I had been through some like really big things.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I'd say that's probably the same for me. And that's why it's so hard to pinpoint it sometimes, like to an actual event or something that's happened. If it comes out, like you say, months later, but that's definitely something to be aware of, that can happen. The symptoms obviously come out later, because I think sometimes when we then relax because we've removed ourselves from that stressful situation, that's when the body suddenly goes, oh, I've been through something quite traumatic actually, and then it comes out a lot later, doesn't it? And so I just find it so interesting, especially for mums, because we're so busy juggling so many different things. We don't really take the time to try and figure out what is actually going on. I'm just also thinking, Gemma, about the healthcare professionals as well. Obviously, when they're talking to their patients about chronic pain, are there any sort of tools or practices that could support them in learning more about this?
Yeah, I think the key is a doctor, let's say, has got 10 minutes maximum with a patient, right? And the question that they need to be asking, instead of like, tell me about the pain, let's have a look at this MRI, I think the question is, how are you? Like, how are you really? What's going on for you? But unfortunately, it's 10 minutes long enough to open that subject with someone, and so many times the subject's not opened, but a lot of the answers would lie in that question. Really having the patient feel like they've been properly seen and heard, and also when it comes to chronic pain, doctors, like I mentioned at the beginning, like if it's due to a dysregulated nervous system in the brain, like it's literally the brain misfiring signals. So if you're going to see a skin specialist about your skin or a back specialist about your back or foot, like Marissa, those doctors aren't trained on the brain. So no matter what they do, they're not going to find the root cause of the issue. So I think it's just having an awareness that there is something other than physical that could be going on. It's interesting that you asked that question right now, because there's a book I recommend to absolutely everybody. It's called The Way Out by Alan Gordon. It's amazing. It's so easy to read, and it talks in a very almost like humorous way about chronic pain. And I love his style and simplicity of this subject. And so I'm right in the middle of doing his practitioner training right now. It's every Sunday evening. So I was literally doing it the other night. And that course is made up of coaches like me, but also a lot of doctors are on there. And so the other day I was partnered with a doctor. We're in a big Zoom room, and I was partnered out with this doctor, and it was so cool to be with a doctor that was open enough to be like, this makes sense, I get it. And you could see the relief on her face that she doesn't have to find all the answers using MRI scans, because the answers are not in those scans. She's been looking in the wrong place. And so I'm hoping more and more doctors will start to look at the latest research and science and do that. But the answer is always, the clients have the answer, or the patients, you know, what is going on emotionally right now? Or like Marissa said, like, it was like, what's been going on in the last year? You know, what was the question to ask would be, well, when this started, what was going on? And the answer will be like, oh, it was when my mother passed away, or it was 3 weeks after this happened, or 2 weeks after that happened. Like, everyone has different things that happen, redundancy, or a husband being made redundant, you know, all of these things, it can cause chronic pain, quite simply. So, yeah.
If you're going through something currently, I'm just thinking, you know, a lot of women can have fear of giving birth, or they're very anxious during their pregnancy. They may have had a previous loss, or they might just be very sort of fearful and anxious anyway going through a pregnancy. What sort of techniques could they do to get through those 9 months?
Sure. Also a very interesting question, because if I reflect on my 2 pregnancies, I had back pain for 10 years, but during 2 pregnancies, I had 0 back pain. For 9 months, I had no back pain. And then the minute my son was born, the back pain came again. And then when the next one I was pregnant, no back pain whatsoever. And about two weeks after she was born, I couldn't get out of bed. I was in that much pain. So everybody is different. But I just wanted to share that. But going back to the fear question, it's about recognizing the fear, labeling it and admitting, you know what, I'm really scared about X, and then doing grounding techniques. So, for example, asking yourself, right now, am I safe right now? You know, find evidence to prove that you're safe right now. You know, I am sitting in a house that is safe. I have a family that is safe. I have I'm holding a teddy bear that's soft. Like, things that are true right now. Anything that's true will pull you into the present, because fear is always about something that hasn't even happened yet, you know, and the fear of something is always worse than the actual event itself, because our brains are so smart that we catastrophize things. And then it becomes quite addictive. The more we worry, the more we need to worry. And it's almost like we think, well, if we worry, then it's somehow going to protect me from getting hurt, if that makes sense. But it's just a lot of wasted energy, the fear. So I would say acknowledge the fear, grounding techniques like breathing. I know everyone says breathing, but like, really breathe in and then breathe out longer than the breath in. At least 5 or 10 times. You're not going to get anything to happen. But in very basic terms, when you do that, it activates your parasympathetic nervous system. So your body just automatically goes calm. putting your feet on the grass outside, or the sand if you're in Dubai. You're just getting outside and putting your feet and putting your hands in water, doing something that's just going to make you realize you are in the here and now, and you're really, really safe. The other thing I do personally, if I feel like I get a migraine or like a twinge in my back, I never ever reach for medication, because if you reach for medication, you mask in it. So whether it's anxiety and fear or physical pain, if you mask it, you're never going to solve it. So I usually get a piece of paper and I do a little spider diagram, and in the middle I write fear, and then all around the outside I put little arrows of what it could be, hypothetically what it could be. And I don't overthink it. I just start writing. Could it be family? Could it be job? Could it be this? And then because it's a spider diagram, it allows your brain just to relax, and you can shoot out all these different ideas. And more often than not, as I'm writing it, I can feel the emotion coming up when I start writing the sentence of the thing that's bothering me. But it's a practice. It's like just getting good at acknowledging, like, this could be a fear, this could be a fear, this could be a fear. And once it's on the paper, it's less of a fear because it's out of your head. So does that help?
Really interesting. Yeah, it does. And I'm thinking, so that was like really good as well from a prevention perspective. What would you say? So I think, Heidi, you gave the example before of you had, what was it, a galvanized shoulder?
Calcific tendonitis in my shoulder.
That's the one.
Close.
So if someone came to you and said they had calcific tendonitis in their shoulder and physically they felt pain, what would be your kind of like 2 to 3 immediate ways to act?
Well, firstly, I'm not a doctor, so I would say, is it life-threatening? Have you had it? Is this, what did you call it? Galvanized shoulder? Is it life-threatening? In this case, we obviously know it's probably not, right? But people need the peace of mind to know it is not life-threatening. Even like my back pain, L5S1, you can see on an MRI scan there's clear damage, but is it life-threatening? No, it's not. I would ask questions like, does it come and go? Does it move around? Is it worse in the morning and then better in the evening? Does an ice pack help? Does a heat pack help? And if you answer yes to these questions, then there's a very high chance it's neuroplastic pain, which means it is your brain misfiring. Because if it is actually structural, then the pain would be the same all of the time. There would be no pain in it. But we were talking before, and you did say like it kind of came on, and then it comes and goes. So that would be the first thing. I'd do a bit of an investigation as to like, does it move around? And I would ask questions. What's going on for you right now? And you what was it? COVID was happening. You said
right in the middle of COVID.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest, the reason I got into this work was I was already doing this work before COVID, and then COVID hit. I was living in Sri Lanka at the time, and we went onto a red list country, which means I cannot leave Sri Lanka even if I wanted to. And as soon as that announcement went out, my eye started twitching, like crazy twitching, like nobody else could see it, but my eye was going like this. And I thought, my eye is twitching because of stress. I can't do anything about this. I'm trapped on an island now. And I thought, if my eye's twitching, people all around the world are having neuroplastic pain symptoms. And I thought, I have to do this career. So COVID was a real tipping point for many, many people whose nervous systems was already quite stressed. And then that was probably the final straw, which turned it from like more of an emotional thing into a physical thing. So I've drifted off your question. What was it? Practical things that you would actually do?
Practical. Yeah, no, that was really helpful.
But then it would just be a case of what do you? I would literally ask the question, what do you need right now? And the question is probably like, the answer is probably like, I need some time on my own. I need a hug. I need to be angry with somebody. I need to something. I need to not be doing this family holiday we're about to do. There's always going to be some answer to that question. What do I need? Because this might sound a bit woo-woo, but your shoulder's basically trying to tell you something, So that's what I would do. There is a practice I do called somatic tracking, which I do with clients, and I know that you can find this also on Insight Timer and YouTube. And it's where I get the client to focus on a sensation. So I would say to you, like, can you describe it? And you would say, it's like a ball, it's like it's hot, it's like under my shoulder blade. And as you're describing it, I would get you to relax at the same time and keep on describing it. And the more you focus on it, the more the sensation either moves or dissipates, or it might get worse. But no matter what happens, it proves it's your brain that's doing that, because it's moving around. So you can do this somatic tracking from Insight Timer or YouTube. Does that help?
Or contact you. Yeah.
Or contact me. Yeah. I mean, it's actually quite hard to do it yourself, because your conscious can't talk to your subconscious. So it is one of those things that's easier when somebody does it for you. But yeah, for anyone listening with chronic pain that's been suffering, has tried everything medically, please don't think it's the end of the line, because it's not. There's so many people now that are getting fully recovered after they discover that it's their brain misfiring signals. So there's hope.
Yeah, it's amazing, because I think when I had it, I did something basic. I remember you telling me, I think you just sort of said it anecdotally, just to focus on, like, go and get a cup of tea and focus on the weather or something like that, which is very British. And I remember walking down the stairs thinking, my foot hurts. And normally I'd start limping, but I was like, oh, I really want a cup of tea. Isn't it hot outside? And then I just like kept repeating it. And yeah, and then it disappeared and it stayed away. So it is amazing, but it's incredible really how many people live with chronic pain. Like, I would say, let's throw something out there, about 30% of people I know have got an ongoing issue, that's just not resolved easy. Like, my mum's got frozen shoulder, which is physically frozen. I tried to get her to I was like, what's going on for you? But she wasn't that receptive. But Aaron, my husband, has a bad back, which he admits is stress.
Yeah, but even a frozen shoulder, that is definitely, like 99% sure that is something that's neuroplastic pain. It's a reflection of, like, it's frozen because there's tension in the body, but yeah, it's hard when someone you're close to has something and you can help them, but it's not going to work for everyone. So yeah,
no, I think though it's about spreading this, because it's people. I mean, I'm not sure about you, Heidi, but when I first spoke to Gemma, this was like the first time I'd really heard about it, and I was like, ready to have an operation, which is bizarre, given that I was able to fix it without that.
Yeah, and it's so funny because I live in this world, so I see clients all the time that have pain and don't have pain, and I'm talking to other practitioners that are working with people. So, like, for me, it's like so normal, and then I talk to people and they're like, yeah, I'm gonna have back surgery next week, and I'm like, no. But what to do? Yeah. The other thing is, we use the word chronic pain a lot, but I never considered that I had chronic pain. It's not a word I even used until I became a practitioner in it. I always just assumed it would get better. Like, so for example, a lot of clients will be like, no, I don't have chronic pain. And then they're doing this. And I'm like, is there something wrong with your shoulder? And they're like, oh, yeah, it only hurts like once a month. Or like, I spoke to a woman and she went, oh, I only get migraines once a month now. And I said, you get migraines once a month? And she went, oh, but that's nothing. I used to get migraines every week. And so she had decided that she's going to live with migraines once a month. And like, as if that's normal. I was like, you don't have to live with migraines once a month. This is something we can do something about, but we just accept it. But I'm sure she wouldn't have considered that chronic pain. It's just the way she is,
I found this fascinating, and I can already think of about 3 or 4 people that I really want to listen to this podcast, because I think it will really help them, because they have been living with the same sort of pain for ages. So I can't wait to share this with them and get them to listen in, because I think it would really, really help them. So thank you so much, Gemma. This has just been an eye-opener. I've learned so much today. I really have.
Yeah, and we've only literally just scratched the surface of this subject. It is absolutely fascinating. And if even one person listening to this goes and starts doing something they've not done for ages because they're not scared of the pain anymore, that's a win. That's a big win, you know.
Yeah,
Thank
absolutely.
you.
Absolutely. So
And
how can people get in touch with you and find out more information about the services you offer?
So my website is my name, which is Gemma with a G, mcfall.com. And I'm also on LinkedIn. I'm really not yet on Instagram. I keep trying, but I'm just not cool enough for it. So you'll find me on my website or on LinkedIn.
Awesome. Thank you. And do you have any final thoughts or messages that you'd like to share?
Yeah, I mean, if someone's listening to this thinking they have either ongoing anxiety or some kind of chronic pain, or even someone that's close to them, I do have on my website, it's called a free assessment, but to be very honest, there's no definite answer at the end of it. But what it will give you is a list of personality types that are more susceptible to getting chronic pain. And it has a list of questions, like I was asking Heidi earlier, like, does your pain move around? It's got questions about your specific symptoms. And it also has questions about childhood, because if somebody had like a difficult childhood or some kind of trauma, that is also an indicator that it could cause chronic pain as an adult. So I would say that's a really, really good starting point to click on that and just read through those questions. But, explore this. Like, it has literally changed my life, getting my back back. Getting my back back has changed my life. And that my kids now have a mum that's not stressed and grumpy. I can pick them up, I can do silly things with them, and I want that for everyone. I really do. So yeah, please reach out with questions or whatever, or I'm happy to help.
Amazing. Thank you so much. It's been incredibly insightful, and I know our listeners will take a lot just from the podcast, and we'll obviously share your details as to where they can find you and contact you direct. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Gemma.
Now, it is a simple idea that has saved a life. A list of warning signs given to expectant parents indicating possible problems during pregnancy. For one family from Lincolnshire, a chance look at the notes prompted them to get checked at hospital. 4 hours and an emergency delivery later, baby Amelia was born 6 weeks premature. Our health correspondent Vicky Johnson has this.
She means everything in the world, absolutely everything in the world. It's absolutely amazing just to be a mum.
Amelia, the most precious of babies. Her arrival comes after endless rounds of fertility treatment and after her older sister was stillborn.
Hi guys, how are you doing?
Every day we just can't stop smiling now, can we?
No.
Amelia, though, was 6 weeks premature and her mum Bev only went to hospital after checking the advice printed on a wallet given out by midwives.
Nothing felt right. I just needed to get checked out. And I just looked at the wallet and thought, I need to see what it says. And it's just said, trust your instincts.
The Wellbeing Wallets are produced by a charity aimed at reducing the number of stillbirths. They're usually given out to parents who've lost a baby, but midwives here are giving them out to all expectant mums across northern Lincolnshire.
This is key information, key concerns, when to be worried, when not to be worried. So actually, it's just really important. I hoped and I knew they would be beneficial.
Amelia was born following emergency surgery after a scan revealed a problem with blood flow to the placenta.
I just couldn't stop crying because it was a weird feeling, because I was obviously excited and overjoyed and brilliant that Amelia was here, and I heard her cry. But also my mind just went back 18 months ago, because when Alicia was born, I never got to hear Alicia cry.
Proper little sweetheart and his little princess.
Bev and Pete had the happy ending they've always craved, and now it's hoped the plastic wallets will help many other families too. Vicky Johnson, BBC Look North, Wintringham.
Lovely stuff. A strong message there to read the leaflets and the plastic wallet.
Ava's Fund has been set up in memory of our second daughter, who was stillborn on the day before her due date. This fund has been set up and is working with a registered charity based in Bridgewater called Towards Tomorrow Together. And our aim, whilst working with them, is to raise awareness of and reduce the stillbirth rates across the southwest.
We've raised £11,000 so far. For initially, it was for a few different charities that first helped us, and now it's for our Ava's Fund.
In the introduction of the Mama Academy wallets, at a cost, so these are the wallets, and that's at a cost of £7,800, and that will fund 10,000 wallets, which basically covers on average a 2-year period at Derriford Hospital for the number of pregnancies they have every year. And the idea is that these are given to mums at their booking in appointment. They keep their pregnancy notes inside, and it's got key information to protect, to look after mum and baby from day 1 of pregnancy to giving birth. Right. Points out key information and things that we weren't necessarily aware of, like call your maternity unit immediately if anything happens, any of these things happen. These are the normal signs of labour, trust your instincts, and there's a massive section on the back about monitoring your baby's movements, and it helps eliminate the tales, the old wives' tales that you're sometimes told, like baby's movements slow down. Every NHS trust that these have been introduced within, they've proven to have a positive impact and reduce their stillbirth rates. So if we can do that locally and help other families, prevent it from happening to other families, it's such a simple idea, but it can make such a huge difference.
Now, it is a simple idea that has saved a life. A list of warning signs given to expectant parents indicating possible problems during pregnancy. For one family from Lincolnshire, a chance look at the notes prompted them to get checked at hospital. 4 hours and an emergency delivery later, baby Amelia was born 6 weeks premature. Our health correspondent Vicky Johnson has this.
She means everything in the world, absolutely everything in the world. It's absolutely amazing just to be a mum.
Amelia, the most precious of babies. Her arrival comes after endless rounds of fertility treatment and after her older sister was stillborn.
Hi guys, how are you doing?
Every day we just can't stop smiling at her, can we?
No.
Amelia, though, was 6 weeks premature, and her mum Bev only went to hospital after checking the advice printed on a wallet given out by midwives.
Nothing felt right. I just needed to get checked out, and I just looked at the wallet and thought, I need to see what it says, and it just said trust your instincts.
The Wellbeing Wallets are produced by a charity aimed at reducing the number of stillbirths. They're usually given out to parents who've lost a baby, but midwives here are giving them out to all expectant mums across northern Lincolnshire.
This is key information, key concerns, you know, when to be worried, when even on it, when not to be worried. So actually, it's just really important. I hoped and I knew they would be beneficial.
Amelia was born following emergency surgery after a scan revealed a problem with blood flow to the placenta.
I just couldn't stop crying because it was a weird feeling, because I was obviously excited and overjoyed and brilliant that Amelia was here, and I heard her cry. But also my mind just went back 18 months ago, because when Alicia was born, I never got to hear Alicia cry.
Proper little sweetheart. That is little princess.
Bev and Pete had the happy ending they've always craved, and now it's hoped the plastic wallets will help many other families too. Vicky Johnson, BBC Look North, Wintringham.
Lovely stuff. A strong message there to read the leaflets and the plastic wallet.
Ava's Fund has been set up in memory of our second daughter, who was stillborn on the day before her due date. This fund has been set up and is working with a registered charity based in Bridgewater called Towards Tomorrow Together. And our aim, whilst working with them, is to raise awareness of and reduce the stillbirth rates across the southwest.
We've raised £11,000 so far. For initially, it was for a few different charities that first helped us, and now it's for our Ava's Fund.
In the introduction of the Mama Academy wallets, at a cost, so these are the wallets, and that's at a cost of £7,800. and that will fund 10,000 wallets, which basically covers on average a 2-year period at Derriford Hospital for the number of pregnancies they have every year. And the idea is that these are given to mums at their booking in appointment. They keep their pregnancy notes inside, and it's got key information to protect, to look after mum and baby from day 1 of pregnancy to giving birth. Right. Points out key information and things that we weren't necessarily aware of, like call your maternity unit immediately if anything happens, any of these things happen. These are the normal signs of labour, trust your instincts. And there's a massive section on the back about monitoring your baby's movements, and it helps eliminate the tales, the old wives' tales that you're sometimes told, like baby's movements slow down. Every NHS trust that these have been introduced within, they've proven to have a positive impact and reduce their stillbirth rates. So if we can do that locally and help other families, prevent it from happening to other families, it's such a simple idea, but it can make such a huge difference.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm really looking forward to this.
Hi, Lauren. Thanks so much for joining us. It's absolutely wonderful to have you here today representing Pregnant Then Screwed. Can you tell us a little bit about you personally and what's your setup and how you got working with the charity?
Yeah, so I've been at Pregnant Then Screwed for just over 2 years now. Previously to this, I worked in advertising for about 10 years and then other jobs before that. I had both of my children whilst I was working in advertising, and I kind of realised, particularly after I had my second child, that I wanted to go work in the charity sector. I wanted to go do something in women's rights. I wanted to work a bit more flexibly than advertising was allowing me to. This was just on the cusp of the pandemic, so there wasn't a lot of flexibility. I had to do a lot of travel. I wanted to see my children, grow up. They were very small. So I described this unicorn job. I remember it very vividly. I was on holiday with my husband. We were in this little cabin in Wales. And I said, this is what I want. This is the kind of charity that I want to work with. I want to work remote. I want to work flexibly. And he was like, okay, well, it sounds like a bit of a unicorn, but now you know what you want, you might more easily find it. And then the next week I saw this role advertised at Pregnant Then Screwed, and I just went for it, and it was like stars aligned and it was brilliant. So yeah, my very first week on the job at Pregnant Then Screwed, the charity had just secured a debate in Parliament about childcare. And I went straight in, hit the ground running, had to watch the debate, write an article for Grazia about it, which was going to be published the next morning. And I just remember thinking, this is like straight in at the deep end, and it's not really stopped since, but I love it so much. I love it. I get to see my kids. I work from home in this office here. My husband also works from home. He works flexibly, so we've got quite a good work-life balance set up. We maybe I go down to Parliament once a month or something like that, and my husband travels about twice a month, and it works so well for us. I feel so lucky to have this kind of role that I feel passionately about, and to be able to do it around my children and my caring responsibilities and my family. I know I'm in a very privileged position, and I love it so much.
So how long have you been there? I absolutely love your office, by the way. It's very, very fun.
Yeah, just over 2 years now. I started in August 2021. Yeah.
So cool. I do sometimes think when you I won't talk about manifestations. I think it's a bit of a hot topic, but sometimes when you put stuff out there to the universe, it just happens for you. It's really intentional. And then you saw that job. So cool. It sounds like you got the perfect setup, and with 2 little ones, flexibility is everything, right?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say that manifestation is definitely my kind of thing. I have some friends who are really, really into it, but I think it really helps for you to know exactly what you want. listed every aspect of this job that I was looking for. And I think until you define that, how are you going to find it? And I think that's what helped. Yeah.
So I think the mission is probably in the title a little bit.
Yeah.
But can you tell us a little bit more about Pregnant Then Screwed and what the mission is, I guess?
Yeah, so Pregnant Then Screwed's been going for about 7, maybe 8 years now. We were founded after our CEO experienced some really bad pregnancy and maternity discrimination. She found out that she was pregnant. She was having a high-risk pregnancy. She was working for a children's charity at the time, and she informed her employer that she was pregnant, and she was fired by voicemail the next day. And she thought, it's okay, the law will protect me. And then she found out actually it doesn't all the time, really. And because she was having a high-risk pregnancy, she wasn't able to, pursue any sort of claim for discrimination within the very tiny window, which I think we'll get on to talk about a little bit more. So she just had to let it go. But she was rightly very angry about it, very frustrated. And after her child was born, she created a website, the first iteration of Pregnant Then Screwed, for people to share their stories anonymously about discrimination that had happened to them in the workplace. And it really grew from there, partnering with brilliant volunteers who came forward, who were experts in PR, experts in law, experts in HR, who started to volunteer their time. And it's grown and grown from there. We now have 11 full-time staff, over 120 volunteers who help women now who are experiencing pregnancy and maternity discrimination. We give them free HR advice. We have a mental health support line. We have a benefit advice line. We have a mentoring program if you're going to employment tribunal. We have a coaching service. It's really rapidly expanded as a charity.
My gosh, that is huge. I didn't realize just how big that is. So how many pregnant women, experience discrimination? And is that a common example that you've just given? What are the most common challenges that pregnant women and new mothers are facing at the moment then?
So yeah, that's a very common example, I would say. The government's own research found that 54,000 women a year, every single year in the UK, are pushed out of their job for pregnancy and maternity discrimination. So this might happen when they're pregnant, it might happen when they've recently returned from maternity leave, but essentially it's because they got pregnant and they had a child. And it's huge, it's rife. And you might think 54,000, that can't be right. That's 1 in 9 pregnant women. That's 1 woman every 10 minutes in the UK. But that sounds ridiculous. If that was really happening, I would know about it. And it's probably happened to somebody that, you do know. It's probably happened to a friend, a family member, a colleague. And one of the reasons that it sounds so shocking is because a lot of it is covered up. A lot of the women that do challenge this behaviour, and not everybody can challenge the behaviour, the actual percentage of that 54,000 that take their case to employment tribunal, I think, is less than 2%. It's very, very small. But they might challenge it internally. And then they're gagged. They're gagged with something called a confidentiality agreement or a non-disclosure agreement, which means that they're given a little bit of money. It's often not very much money. It can be, £2,000-3,000 for their silence, and they're not allowed to talk about what happened to them. So if it did happen to your friend, they wouldn't even be able to tell you.
And that's why.
Unbelievable. Sorry, Heidi, you carry on.
Yeah, I'm just in shock. I mean, those numbers are just phenomenally high. And I assume that the NDAs are being signed by women because they're getting paid this extra bit of compensation, which otherwise they wouldn't get. Is that the reason why they're signing them?
Yeah, if you think, you've been bullied, you've been harassed, you've been pushed out of the workforce, you feel that you can no longer do your role, or you're not being given the option to continue your role, and you're pregnant, or you've got a very, very small human at home, and you don't know where your next paycheck is going to come from. A lot of women are presented with, well, you can sign this bit of paper and we'll give you a few £1,000s. And at least that gives you a little bit of stability to get through the next few months. Or you cannot sign the bit of paper, you can face 10, 20, 30,000 pounds in legal fees and try and challenge it and try and, get some compensation without a silence agreement. And the reality is the majority of people don't have 30 grand sat in the bank to take a risk on an employment tribunal. It's not realistic. So they feel that they have no other choice but to sign these agreements. And it can be so damaging. It can be so damaging to their mental health. It further perpetuates this culture of silence, sweeping things under the rug. It allows employers to operate with impunity because they know there isn't really any access to justice in the UK. If there's these huge fees up front, they know they can get away with it. And they know that they just need to get somebody to sign this little bit of paper, pay them a small amount of money, and they can do it again. So it's really, really bad in the UK. And it's one of the reasons that we are campaigning as a charity to end the use of non-disclosure agreements in the cases of pregnancy and maternity discrimination.
Yeah. I mean, as you know, we were talking just before, and I had my own personal experience, which I had a top position in a big organization, and just the way that you can't explain it. I think, like, just once you've had a baby, you're a completely different person. Or the hormones that you experience, and we talked before as well that this can happen whilst you're pregnant, and then you go on to have a baby within that short time period as well. But I think even if you think you would have the strength before, which, like, that can just go, it can just disappear, because so much has happened to your body and your mental state. You just become completely different. And it seems that it's all stacked in favor of organizations, which is just so sad.
It really is. It's a life-changing time. There's so many physical, mental challenges that women and families are experiencing. And then, if it's happening after the child's been born, then there's the sleep deprivation on top of that. And I think one of the big reasons, on top of the costs, that women are unable to challenge this behaviour is that you only have 3 months from the point that you are discriminated against to raise a tribunal claim. It's actually 3 months minus 1 day. And you have to have gone through your internal grievance procedures and all of those kinds of things in that time frame as well. So what we hear all the time is women phoning our HR line and saying, right, this really terrible, terrible thing happened to me at work last year. I'm finally in a position where I feel like I want to do something about it. And unfortunately, we have to tell them it's too late. You might be able to pursue this, but there is a very real risk that when it gets to court, it will be flagged that you didn't apply within the window, and that will count against you. And that's why that's one of Pregnant and Screwed's longest running campaigns, to extend that time limit. We are campaigning for it to be a minimum of 6 months, but we think it should be much longer, ideally a year, from the point that discrimination occurs. And I would like to say, I know this is very, very depressing, so just a little glimmer of hope for women who might be going through these things right now, or maybe, you are caring for somebody who is in your role, who is experiencing some sort of discrimination in the workplace right now, who's not going to have that money in the bank account. But Pregnant and Screwed, if you phone us when the discrimination is occurring, when it's starting to occur, when you think you might be about to be discriminated against, or very recently, you can speak to a HR advisor, one of our brilliant volunteers, and they will tell you what to do. They will tell you what you need to be recording. They will give you all the advice that you need. If they think that you're going to have a legal claim, we will refer you for an hour pro bono legal advice. You don't have to pay a penny for it. And they'll tell you whether they think you would have a case at tribunal. From that point, it's up to you what you do. You can instruct your own lawyer. It definitely doesn't have to be the lawyer that you spoke to at Pregnant and Screwed. It could be anybody from anywhere in the UK. Or you can decide that you want to represent yourself, because that's going to be the most financially viable option for you. And if you want to do that, we will pair you up with a mentor who understands the tribunal system, and they will give you that emotional support, because it can be very challenging, it can be very draining, it can take a very long period of time. So we know how valuable it is for these women to have somebody with them who gets it, just to keep them going.
That's fantastic. You're obviously doing amazing things. And I'm just thinking, for all the healthcare professionals that are listening as well, you know, if a mother confides in them and lets them know what's going on, then obviously they can signpost them to your organisation, which is obviously doing fantastic things. What other support are you able to give to women that feel that they've been discriminated against? Because you've obviously got lots of volunteers on your base as well, which I think is amazing. We'd love some more volunteers.
Our volunteers are brilliant. You know, they are the lifeblood of Pregnant and Screwed. We love them so much. We're so thankful for the time that they give us. So some other services that we have mental health support advice lines. We set this up with the intention that if you are experiencing pregnancy and maternity discrimination, that can be hugely psychologically damaging. You know, you can feel like you don't have anybody to talk to. You might not want to talk to your employees. You might have had to sign a non-disclosure agreement. You can't talk to anybody about it. That's why we set this up to have a bit of a helping hand throughout that period. However, because of the broad nature of reasons that somebody might need mental health support, particularly when they've got small children or they're pregnant, you can actually speak to them about anything that you need mental health support with. They will help you with that. So we've got that service. We have a benefits advice clinic that's opened in the past year. It's a new one, where you can book an appointment with a specialist in benefits, and they will tell you things that you might be entitled to, which would be particularly useful if you've lost your job, or maybe you, as is the case for a lot of women, I know it was definitely the case for me, I didn't really understand the costs associated with having a small human until they came into my life. I didn't really think about it in that much detail. So, you might be wondering if there's any additional support that you might be entitled to, and they will help you with that. And we have a new coaching service as well for somebody who might be looking for a career change or confidence boost, to change careers, where you can book an appointment, and that's another new service that we've got. So if you just go onto our website, there's a little button at the top. It says I need help, and it will point you to all of our services. You can find the right service for you. I would really, really be so grateful to any healthcare workers if they could point people there. If you suspect that anybody that you're speaking to is being discriminated against or might need a bit of help, with their benefits, with their mental health, with anything, please signpost them to Pregnant and Screwed, and our volunteers will look after them. One other service that we've launched is an email advice service, because we realised that not everybody likes to talk on the phone. Not everybody's able to talk on the phone. So we have introduced in the last year that you can email the HR advisors now, and they will respond to you via email. Maybe you could even do that whilst you're at work if you wanted to.
Yeah. That's so cool. You literally cover everything now, like any kind of support and fallout that could happen as a result of being not treated properly by organisation. Amazing. In terms of the broader policy stuff that you guys work on, I know you said that you go to Parliament once a month and stuff. Can you talk what kind of change are you trying to affect in that space, and what big successes have you had?
Yeah, so what we're trying to do is look at all of the systemic and cultural reasons why this discrimination is happening to women, and then try and fight for legislation to change to bring about a societal shift, really. And the biggest areas that we think need change are access to good quality, affordable childcare, which I will talk about in a little bit more detail. Better entitlements to flexible working, which again I will dig into. Parental leave reform. They're our biggest campaigning areas. And then we have some secondary campaigning areas like extending the employment tribunal time limit, which I've mentioned, the end of the misuse of non-disclosure agreements. We're also looking at how we could introduce some changes to the Equality Act for parents who have a disabled child or a child who has a long-term health condition. Because if you if you were diagnosed with cancer or you are diagnosed with a new disability, you have all of these rights at work that your employer cannot discriminate against you for those things. They have to give you time off for medical appointments, those kinds of things. If you have a child who is diagnosed with a disability or long-term health condition, you do not have any rights at work to have to take that child to appointments, to, care for that child. And we think that's absolutely terrible. So we're trying to change that as well. Which would you like me to talk about first? Flexible working, childcare, parental leave?
Oh, all of them. I find it fascinating. Tell me about all of them. Yeah. And I'd be particularly interested to see if you're doing any campaigning regarding sort of maternity and paternity leave when you've lost a baby as well. Because I'm hearing at the moment some shocking stories of massive, huge companies that if a mother suffers the loss of a child or she's suffering a miscarriage, for example, there's no leave entitlement at all. She's got a couple of days off sick and that's all she's allowed to take, which is just horrendous. So I wonder if you're doing anything around that as well.
Yeah, so there are some other charities who are leading the way with that kind of campaigning. And I think one of the things we really struggle with at Pregnant Then Screwed is we're all so passionate about what we do. We want to campaign on everything. But if you look at the campaigning team, we are like 3.5 people really in time. And we have to be so strict with the campaigns that we lead on and the campaigns that we support.
I totally appreciate that. We've got the same problem here. Massive to-do list and I just have to focus on one thing at a time.
It's really, really hard because we want to do everything. So with campaigns on extending pregnancy loss leave, bereavement leave, we try and raise up the other charities who are doing that. I'm sure you're very familiar with the brilliant work of Marlene Klass and was it Bliss about if you suffer a miscarriage that you won't have to suffer 3 miscarriages in order to receive yeah so those kinds of work, we will post about them on our channel, we will celebrate them, but we're not leading the way on that campaign at the moment. However, I would just like to caveat, we're not leading the way on any campaigning on that for the next year because we've just had to sign off all of our strategy. What we might be doing in 2025, that might all change depending on how we progress with our leading campaigning areas. Something I do know though from a small piece of work that we did this year, we ran a training program for the first time for HR managers and business owners of small to medium businesses about fertility and pregnancy loss at work and workplace policies. It was in partnership with a company called Best Beginnings. It was very successful. We are doing it again next year. So if anybody knows somebody who might benefit from signing up to that, please do. You can apply now for next year's program. And that uncovered some really scary statistics that showed that such a small percentage of employers, I think it was just a just a third, 33.5% of HR managers had a pregnancy loss policy in their workplace, and only 13.5% were happy with how the company supports employees experiencing pregnancy loss, which is really scary, because if there's no policy, if there's no thought that's gone into what do you do when this happens to one of your employees, it leaves that employee open to such risk of discrimination during that time. And we're trying to change that. We're trying to get more employers to think about these policies before the event happens, so that these, reactive, bias-led gut decisions are not made about those employees. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done in that area. In terms of parental leave, I know this might sound shocking because we're seen as, a charity for mothers, but one of our biggest campaigning areas is to extend paternity leave.
I think that's great.
Yeah, and that's because as long as society considers having a child to be something that only happens to and only affects women, then it will be women who continue to be penalised for that. We see there's lots of research that shows when families have children, a woman's earnings go down and she's perceived to be less competent and less capable in the workplace. In contrast to that, a father's earnings actually go up in comparison to childless men in the workplace, because they're seen to be more capable once they become a father. How does that make sense? It doesn't.
It's bizarre, but I'm not surprised, unfortunately.
Yeah.
That's just,
And there's a lot of single dads as well that are having to juggle their contribution to the childcare.
There absolutely is. And there are some brilliant dad groups that we've seen grow quite significantly over the last few years that are doing a brilliant job in campaigning on the interest, particularly for single dads, or dads to extend their paternity leave as well in collaboration with us. I really like to shout out Dope Black Dads. They're brilliant. Music Football Fatherhood, led by Elliot Ray. He's a brilliant campaigner and speaker. And Daddy Life. So again, anybody who's listening who has a dad in the appointment who might need a bit of guidance, need a community, need some support, I would really recommend all three of those organisations. So we are campaigning to extend paternity leave. We want it to be, for the start, at least 6 weeks at 90% of salary, but then we'd like there to be additional leave after that at the national living wage. We are also campaigning to extend maternity pay to national living wage as well, because it's just 44% of national living wage at the moment, and it's a cost of living crisis. It's impossible.
Yeah, and aren't we particularly bad in comparison to like the rest of Europe and other countries, which you wouldn't necessarily expect?
We're so bad. We're really, really bad at it. And people don't think about that because so many comparisons are drawn against the UK and America. And you think, well, Americans have no entitlement to anything. So in comparison to them, we're brilliant. This is amazing. But then if you actually look at other countries in Europe, we're one of the worst. We have one of the least entitlements. We have one of the lowest pays. But lowest pay for maternity leave, worst entitlement for paternity leave. Yes, we're really not doing a good job. And we did a big piece of work earlier this year that actually proves countries that have longer periods of paternity leave have stronger economies, which is, again, ridiculous. It's a no-brainer. It's an open goal for the government. So that is something that we are campaigning on.
Yeah, well, that's it. There's so much like return on investment for like women in senior leadership positions and stuff, and like being more balanced generally from a gender perspective. And that's what all of this amazing policy stuff that like you're delivering on, that's what that allows you to achieve, right? It's much better for the economy and for like the bottom line. So it's just getting people to see that, like people of power, not only see that, but to kind of disrupt the status quo and make a difference. And yeah, that's why all of these things like hang together like so well. And hopefully, I mean, you're already making like big kind of seismic shifts, but hopefully we'll just see it like getting better and better and more equal. And one day we'll be like Scandinavia, where we get like 2 years off and you can take it when you want, and the father has it too.
That would be the dream. Yeah. And I think there are so many benefits to extended paternity leave. You know, there's studies from Scandinavian countries that show it decreases divorce rates, that we know that it will make significant impacts on NHS mental health spending, both for the mothers and fathers. So, you know, the longer term savings there, again, are huge. And there's the economy angle that we've been talking about. There's employee happiness, you know, in the workplace. You know, I've heard some horrible, horrible stories from fathers who, you know, had to go back to work after 2 weeks, particularly fathers where in the first 2 weeks their child didn't even leave the hospital or had only just returned home from the hospital due to birth complications. And then they have to go straight back to work. They can see that their wife is really struggling, and they have to walk out of the door with a smile on their face, go into the office, pretend everything's okay, come home, sit in the car, cry, and then come back into the house and again with a smile on their face, pretending that nothing's wrong. And that's just, it's awful what we do to fathers. It's awful what we do to mothers. You know, families deserve that time to be together, to bond, to create a lot of these routines that last throughout childhood together. You know, even things like the mental load, which I'm sure you're very familiar with. A lot of habits and a lot of things that disproportionately then weigh on women for the rest of their life, routines and things that women are expected to pick up for the rest of their life, are because there wasn't that opportunity for the dad to be there when those routines were set and established at the start of life. So yeah, the changes from paternity leave alone would be huge. But like you said, all of these things are interconnected, and just solving paternity leave alone, whilst it would be a big step, is not going to completely eradicate something that we call the motherhood penalty, because we know then there's the issue of our unaffordable, inaccessible childcare system. There is very little right to access flexible working, and the misuse of non-disclosure agreements, and all of these things feed into each other and self-perpetuate, which is why we are campaigning against across all of them to try and bring about this big shift.
Yeah, it's incredible. I was like, Heidi, and for you as well, you know, just as like the founder of Mama Academy, and just how much of a difference you can make as an individual when you actually like put your mind to it and you have a purpose and a mission. Like what you do and Pregnant Then Screwed just makes such a huge difference to people. It's so good. It's amazing.
And it's all off the back of an unfortunate situation. But I guess we're just very passionate about not letting that happen to other people. That's what it's about, isn't it? Can I ask a really silly and daft question? I'm just sitting here thinking, you know, employers are employing women. And to me, it's a bit obvious that if they're of a certain age, they are going to have babies. I mean, obviously not everyone does, but the majority do, right? So it shouldn't really come to a huge surprise to them if they suddenly announce that they're pregnant. And I'm just wondering, why would they then discriminate and push them out, you know, get rid of them, when they've then got to re-recruit, and they may recruit another woman that will then get pregnant in a year's time. it doesn't make any sense to me why they would do that, apart from, are they just recruiting women as a tick box exercise because it kind of covers the diversity and, you know, that box, and they just are intentional right from the start that as soon as they're pregnant, they're going to get rid of them because they see it as a disruption to the workplace? Are they worried that they're going to have lots of time off sick? Are they worried that they're going to have lots of time off to care for their child? I'm just wondering what the thought is behind their actions.
Yeah, so that's a big question. So to start with, we know that employers avoid hiring women who are of, in brackets, childbearing age. We know that discrimination occurs in employment processes. And then the reason that I think they do that is because, yes, they perceive that they're then going to go off for a long period of time. And currently that is something that only women tend to do, which is one of the reasons why we want to campaign for longer paternity leave, because then it's not just something that women do. Men also take a long period off. Therefore, you shouldn't be discriminated against women. It's everybody that takes that length of time off. I feel it's very important to say during this moment that our campaigns are not just for birthing parents. We want all parents to be able to access proper parental leave, and that includes adoptive parents. It includes kinship carers, all new parents who would want to bond with their family at the start of that journey. So other issues that feed into this are, we have a huge culture of presenteeism in the UK. Particularly in office jobs, there's games of desk chicken going on. Who's going to be the first person to get up and leave at the end of the shift? And we know that employers, even after the pandemic, even after so many people started remote working, there's been this huge shift for people to get back into offices, and blanket flexible working agreements that had been made throughout the pandemic, throughout the last few years, where everybody thought we were making progress in this area, are just being revoked. At very big companies, they're just not looking at things on an individual case-by-case basis anymore. They're saying, right, that's it. Everybody now has to go back to the office. Everybody has to be in the workplace. Everybody's getting their compressed hours agreements removed. And one of the reasons that is happening is we know that not all HR managers and employers are actually monitoring the success of flexible working policies within their workplace. They're not tracking it. So these decisions are being made on gut feeling, with bias of predominantly male boards, because there are fewer women on boards than men. So it all feeds in. It's all interconnected. So that's a huge thing. And I think it's quite important to say here as well that flexible working is not just remote working. There's so many different ways that people can work flexibly. You can work part-time, you can do a job share, you can do flexi time, you can have compressed hours, you can have predictable hours, is actually a kind of flexible working. So when we say that we want more flexible working rights, we don't mean everybody should be able to do their job from home. For example, if you're a midwife, that's impossible. But you should be able to access a part-time role. You should be able to do a job share. You should be able to have compressed hours, or predictable hours, or whatever works for you. So that's a huge thing. And then the other reason that we think discrimination occurs in that point is completely unaffordable, inaccessible childcare system. We have one of the most expensive childcare systems in the world. It fluctuates between first and third place in terms of how expensive it is, depending on how you cut the data, because there's lots of different ways to cut the data. You might have seen in the Spring Statement last year, there is a lot more funding that's gone into childcare at the moment. That was something that we campaigned for. We did a protest where we had 15,000 families took to the streets. We took over billboards that played the sounds of infants crying, across the country. We took petitions to Parliament. We really tried to get more childcare investment at that point. And we got over 4 billion, which is completely unprecedented. Nobody was expecting that amount of money. It was a huge point for celebration. Unfortunately, the problem is far from fixed, because what's happened with that 4 billion is the government haven't done a very good job of consulting with the sector on how that money is going to be spent. So what they've done is they've promised parents all of these free hours, but the hours are not going to fund the true cost of delivery for what's being promised. And what's happening now is providers are running at a loss. They are having to close down. They're not able to pay their staff what they're worth. I'm sure there's a lot of comparisons to the NHS in all of this. And it means that these brilliant early years workers who are in the sector right now are leaving the sector in droves, because the job's not sustainable for them financially anymore, no matter how passionate they are about it. And what we need in order to be able to deliver all of these new hours that were promised by the government as part of this investment is even more workers. And there's not currently a credible plan to recruit or train those workers. So the sector is in a huge mess right now. And something we're very concerned about is a lot of parents in April next year, when they expect to take up these new free hours that were promised, are going to find that they can't actually redeem those hours, because there's no providers left with any sort of availability to do that. So that's why we are still continuing to campaign on childcare and make sure that any expansion to the sector is sustainable for the sector. Otherwise, it's pointless. So we know employers see that it tends to be women that drop out of the workforce when they're looking at how much childcare costs, rather than men, because of the gender pay gap, which is something that they see when women get pregnant. Oh, well, they're going to leave anyway because they can't afford the childcare.
That makes sense. Okay, well, you're doing a fantastic job. Definitely keep it up. So what other ways can employers make their workplaces more supportive of pregnant employees? Is there anything else that they can do apart from like flexi hours, etc.?
Yeah, so flexible hours, brilliant. We would love to see employers list in job descriptions the different types of flexible working that could work for that role, because we know through a big piece of research that the Trades Union Congress did that parents do not feel comfortable asking for all of the flex that they need, because they feel they will be discriminated against just for asking for it, even starting that conversation. Whereas if you flip it on its head, so the flexible working is not something that an employee has to go to their manager for and state their case, and a lot of that relies on individual relationships with managers rather than company-wide policies and things like that. If you flip it so that the job, when you are designing it, you're thinking, how could this work flexibly at that point? It makes it so much easier then for an employee to take up that flexibility if it's listed in the job description as an option. So if employees could start doing that, that would be brilliant. Other things that employees could do, obviously bigger employees, we would like them to offer any sort of childcare incentives as part of their recruitment packages. That would be amazing. There's a huge problem and something that I feel is very relevant for the listeners of your podcast, that a lot of students, of which a lot of the NHS workforce is technically a student, not currently entitled to access the government-wide childcare schemes, because they only apply if you're in employment, not if you're a student. So that is a big thing that needs to change. And parental leave policies. Please look at your parental leave policies. Look at your workplace, fertility policies. Do you currently have a policy for employees who are going through IVF, for example? you need one. Yeah, there's a lot that employers can do.
Thanks so much, Lauren. Is there anything else you just wanted to land before we sign off? This has been so insightful, and I honestly, I've been like struggling to keep my mouth shut because I love this topic so much. It's never ending, right? There's so much to talk about, and I think everybody has some kind of personal experience on this, like one way or the other. So it's like quite a emotive topic. But is there anything else you wanted to just let our listeners hear?
No, I feel like I've covered everything. I've I've already said this, but I just cannot overstate the power that healthcare workers have to engage with people who are experiencing and suffering from all of the things that we've discussed today. And there is so much support out there. So please do signpost people to us so they can access it, because nobody has to go through this alone, even though the majority of us do. And we're really trying to change that.
Well, I've learned so much today. I really have. Thank you so much, Lauren, for joining us and taking the time out to explain all this to us. It has been really, really insightful and a lot of food for thought. Thank you.
Thank you for inviting me, Heidi and Marissa. It's been so lovely to chat to you. I feel like I've just talked, but I'm so passionate about everything that I just, yeah.
That's been awesome. Thank you, and maybe we'll see you in series 2.
Welcome so much, Catherine, to our podcast. I'm here with Marisa Kamel, and we're really looking forward to discussing your wealth of experience in the maternity realm. So tell us about yourself, Catherine, and what you're up to at the moment.
Right, okay. Thank you so much for allowing me to come on here, first of all, and to talk about being a midwife, mostly. So I've been a midwife since back in the 80s, so that's quite a long time. And I'm both a nurse and a midwife, but also much later on I did a master's degree in psychotherapy, so I'm a clinical psychotherapist too. I love midwifery. I love the work that I've done, and I suppose my career was always about being with women, and I always felt that was the most important thing for me, that women were happy, listened to, and advocated for. So those qualities were always what I put in my head in whatever I did. So I had a long career in the community, firstly, where I mostly did home births or domino births. And a domino birth is where you know your midwife in the community. She does your antenatal care for you. When you go into labour, she comes to see you, and she with you decides where's best for you to have your baby. And this is why lots of women chose to stay at home. But we had a very small GP unit, which had quite a nice setup for women like that to come in and give birth. And I was probably one of the first midwives there to do water births with them. So I'm talking way back in the late 80s, early 90s. And then after I'd trained as a clinical psychotherapist, it really made me passionate about wanting to listen to women, but also to help direct them into what can make a difference for them in their pregnancies and births. So I became a consultant midwife, one of the very first in the country, and that was at Leicester, and I helped set up a midwife-led unit there, and that was successful, still going today. And then after about 4 or 5 years, I was invited to take a job in Birmingham, central Birmingham, to a unit that was failing. And so I took the challenge on, and I developed and designed midwife-led services there, but particularly two birth centres, Serenity Birth Centre and Halcyon. And they were massively successful. In fact, we won several awards for those. And then in 2019, I retired clinically because I was appointed as the president of the Royal College of Midwives. And that tenure ended in 2022. And I am retired now, but I'm still teaching clinically. I'm associate professor of midwifery at a couple of universities. And I pretty much do what I enjoy, which is talking about midwifery and childbirth. And I've been all over the world to do that. So I've been very fortunate, and I wouldn't have had it any other way. So that's kind of a bit of a professional update.
I think, thank you. Just to interject there, first of all, we're honoured to have you on. You've got such a wealth of experience. But even with all that, I think you missed something. Don't you have 1 or 2 books?
Oh, I do. Yeah. So I was asked to write a book, first of all, because although I had all this knowledge and you just get on with it, I find women are pretty much like that, never having the time to put it all down. But I was asked to write a book on understanding anxiety, but I wanted it to be a bit more than that. So I wanted it to be anxiety, worry, but then probably the most severe end of that spectrum being fear. And at the time, I was doing a PhD into that area. And so basically, I wrote up quite a bit of what I knew, but also what I learned in doing some more research. So Springer published the book for me, and I asked a few other people to contribute. So that was helpful. And I've got a book with the publishers at the moment, just waiting to be birthed, if you like, which is around maternity care and survivors of sexual abuse. And this is an area I'm passionate about because it's not spoken about. And I've done a huge amount of teaching on this subject matter. And it's very, very important, I think, because it's so secretive, that we give it our time and support.
So what are the current challenges at the moment that you're finding out in the field in regards to fear and anxiety around pregnancy and childbirth?
I mean, there's an absolute, I suppose, drive now to understand the psychological elements of childbearing, not the psychiatric. This is a psychological. So these women are often unknown. They are just like me and you guys. They're having normal lives, but when they become pregnant, for some reason, the anxiety and the worry escalates. Now, some of that is maternity's fault. And this is what I found in my research, because I thought, well, women have access today to so much more information. So they should be, by that equation, they should be less worried. But no, that's part of the problem, in a sense, because the internet gives us access to absolutely everything. But what I found when I interviewed obstetricians and interviewed midwives and independent midwives, because they're a group of clinicians who see almost exclusively these women, It's the structure of the information giving. So when a doctor talks to someone, they're time poor. They don't have half an hour to sit and talk to someone. So they give that information out very clinically, very much as it's written on nice guidance or, professional guidance. And women don't always understand that. So an example would be, and this is way back in my career, I remember this happening, a woman was referred in to have a scan because they couldn't see all the parameters on the first scan. This was around about 22 weeks. So she was invited back. The clinician who did the scan couldn't visualize completely the left leg. So she told the woman, I can't see the left leg, and did everything else. And the woman was paralyzed with terror. So she came home straight to the surgery where she was registered, of where I was a midwife, and was incomprehensive, really, with her fear that her baby was being born without a leg. Now, when I rang and spoke to the sonographer, she told me that she couldn't do the measurements clearly on the left leg, but she didn't say that. And so these conversations are acted out countrywide, worldwide even, that we give so much information, but we don't step back and talk in a way that is compassionate, reassuring, and also reducing anxiety, because we could do that so easily, yet we don't. So those elements, I think, are really, really important. And it's something that our profession has to work on and has to have much more skill in doing the session with the woman or the appointment, but to be reassuring in nature, but still giving that information.
Absolutely. Language and context is just so important. We've actually got a page on our website about how to talk to women in the right context, because it's so important that women are given certain information to empower them.
Yeah.
But at the same time, like you say, not to cause any unnecessary fear or anxiety. But obviously I do appreciate that time constraints are a real issue at the moment, aren't they? But getting that language right is just paramount.
Yeah, it is. And I would often have students with me, or medical students, or in some cases visiting consultants from other countries. And it wasn't that I was showing them how to speak to women. What I was showing them was how not to harm women. And I think some of us are really, really good at this. And I know that psychotherapy taught me about the listening, but it also taught me about the speaking. And one of the issues around maternity today is it's an absolute cauldron of potential harm. And that's not because people in there want to hurt women, but it's because they are busy, they are understaffed, they're often underfunded, and the systems that are set up are not meeting the requirements of anyone, either clinician or women. And if we address that, then I think we would release an awful lot of potential and have much happier families at the end of it, but also staff that come to work. So I think the funders and the system directors have to look at their services and have to take responsibility for the harm that's being being put into women's lives.
Yeah, because I guess even the kind of the most emotionally intelligent of people with that kind of cauldron of what's going on, it's kind of up against you, isn't it? So it's a constant, I guess, every conversation, a reset of how am I framing this? Have I listened?
Yeah.
Have I responded in a way that's not going to be misunderstood? And
Yeah.
the is the patient the right word at that stage? I would say client in my world.
No, I would say woman, and I know that's controversial, but I've spent a lifetime saying that because I've cared for women. So yeah, it's controversial, but I still hold on to it.
Oh, I like that, and it also personifies the person, doesn't it? Okay. I'd like to just delve a little bit deeper on that. So we've spent quite a lot of time talking about the fear. What advice would you give to women to help overcome that fear?
Well, firstly, I think it's find an advocate. Now, that advocate might be her own midwife. It might be someone she connects with early in that pregnancy. The other thing I would say is seek that advocate early on, because harm is cumulative, and anxiety and worry and then becomes fear. That was why I wanted that spectrum to talk about, because being anxious is normal to some degree in pregnancy and mothering. There's not one of us that can say that we had throughout our period of childbearing and then mothering, we've not had an anxious day or an anxious night, because we have. And that's normal. That's because we need that so that we become more alert, more aware, more receptive. When it's worry, it then becomes ruminative. And what I mean by that is we focus on it more than we don't. So then we become more almost like obsessed about that particular thing. So for that example, that woman then was obsessed with every time she was sent for an examination or a test that she understood everything about it. And that's okay, but the harm was done. And this is why I think having an advocate early on might just take you off that ultimate pathway of being fearful for the whole of pregnancy and then birth. Because we know that constant stress and anxiety produces stress hormones, which, many years ago, researchers found had an impact on the baby developing, that it might not reach its target weight that it could have in pregnancy. So if we can do all we can to reduce that anxiety, then we have every chance of having, the baby that should be and the mother who can be a mother without all the trappings of worry. Because if we don't deal with it in pregnancy, it manifests itself afterwards in many, many ways. And some of those become psychiatric in the nature. And that is terrible. It's terrible that we should be seeing someone all the way through, and then in 18 months following the birth of her baby, she's had to have, intensive psychiatric input. And we should be avoiding those situations by supporting women very early on. So advocates can be a doula, they can be a best friend even, but they can be someone that woman has confidence in, but also who knows that woman and knows what is right for her and can speak to her at times where she can't. So I've always pushed women to get someone with them who they can trust, even if that were me, and that I did a birthing plan with her and I was at the birth, even if I wasn't the lead clinician at the birth. So that's the biggest piece of advice I can give. I can also say, don't watch childbirth stuff on TV because it's highly edited. Try not to read your feeds on social media, because once you see something awful, then it just piles it through. And focus on a positive role model in some sense, where someone has had a birth like you want, and use that as the template for your birth. So that's the kind of advice. I also don't forget that this baby is part of a family. So I try to understand what that family dynamic is. If it is that the mother, and this is the research that I found too in my own PhD, if the mother was, her mother I mean, overly anxious, never had another child, and she was aware as a little one growing up that her mother talked about the birth often, that is so detrimental in terms of how that child then becomes a young person, then becomes a potential mother. That can have a massive impact on her understanding of what birth is. So I like to understand the family dynamic, and that was something I did in my clinic. I did a family history, and I tried to pick out the birthing elements within that family as well.
That is so interesting. I'm just thinking of all the different scenarios now of when people can have fear of pregnancy. It could be that they've had a previous loss. It could be what you've just described, their family dynamics.
Yeah.
It could be that they've suffered birth trauma before, or it could just be that it's their first pregnancy and they're really scared of giving in general. We launched a rainbow pregnancy helpline. And actually, we've just opened it up to midwives as well, because we, identify that they must be sort of very anxious during their pregnancy, because they have all sorts of things that, all the different complications that can happen. But I'm just thinking, because we're probably going to open it up to everybody actually that's generally concerned and anxious during their pregnancy, to give that sort of extra counselling. But I'm just thinking, we haven't had any calls yet from dads and partners. So, and I think it's very, important that they get the right support as well.
Yeah.
And they also know how to support mum that's going through this fear and anxiety. What can they do to help support their partner?
So this I first really came across when I was doing my master's degree, and I set up a group. Well, I invited a group of women to come and talk about their birthing experiences, and there was one woman in that group who had become very, I won't say violent, but her nature had changed a lot since she'd given birth. And it was obvious she wasn't depressed, but she was angry, and she had become physical with her husband sometimes because he didn't understand what she was experiencing or had experienced during the birth. And I asked to meet up with him, and he and her hadn't really talked about the birth together. And this is one of the complete kind of we miss out on this when we go in and do a postnatal visit. We often don't see a partner because the partner's busy, either sorting out the other children, doing the errands, having a nap because they've done a night feed. So we don't see them together. So one of the things I think that's important is for a midwife afterwards to see them together and to have that conversation. How are you? How are you? So it's they're part of the problem, but they can also be part of the solution. One of the other things, and this again, I probably relate back, I was one of the first people to talk about bystander trauma in maternity. If your partner's in labour, everything seems okay, and then all of a sudden, as happens, I don't know, the cord's presenting, and that woman is very quickly turned onto her front on all fours, whipped down to theatre, and he's just kind of sat in the chair. One of the things that's really important is someone to be with him. And we used to just all follow the bed and the woman into theatre. Part of the emergency drills training, and one of the things I introduced in ways of working was to have allocated people who were either going to be the midwife to get the baby in theatre, but also who's the midwife or who's the support worker who's with dad, who's there. And if that is addressed, then often their trauma is much lessened, instead of them imagining what the hell is going on and will he have a wife or will he have a lost baby and his partner. So it's identifying it very, very early that they too can become traumatized by being in maternity settings, and having an understanding about when things aren't going right, who's keeping an eye on him. And that's a case wherever the birth setting is, not just in hospital, whether it's at home. And so communicating with both people, I think, is the key. And that should be done in pregnancy, but also during the birth and beyond.
That thank you. That really resonates with me because I carry some birth trauma, but me and my husband, we didn't discuss it for like a few weeks until after the birth, and he actually was in the room for, I don't know, the long period whilst it was, happening for several hours. And then all of a sudden I had to have an emergency C-section. And he said it was like we were in control together, and then all of a sudden you're in a separate room and you're not allowed to come in whilst they sort the spinal block and everything else. But at that point you're just scared, and then there's he just remembers being like behind the door and not being allowed in, and there was just nobody there. So if that was implemented, that would have helped us.
You see, that's interesting, isn't it? Because I had my daughter in 1980, so we're talking long time ago. But right at the point where I was about to birth, and you too, by the sounds of it, your partner's taken away from you. Out they go. Why? And there's no reason why. There was no reason why he couldn't be in the room with you while you had your spinal. It's custom and practice. And this is the thing about maternity, what I talk about the system has customized themselves to be highly medicalized. And when you are highly medicalized, it gives you authority, and your presence challenges that, and the partner's presence challenges that. I've asked anaesthetists many times, what is it that a partner can't see? And there's nothing. There is nothing that they do that your partner can't see. So this is about advocacy again, asking and challenging, because you've needed that support and you don't stop needing it because it's an emergency. You actually need it more. So I challenge all the time systems and services. Just because it's on the menu doesn't mean that's what you're going to eat. You want something off the menu, and that's what we should be thinking, rather than, oh, we can't do that. Why? Yeah,
it's about individuals being like feeling empowered, isn't it, as well, rather than just go with kind of the precedent or what's been. And something else that struck a chord actually was just the discussions afterwards with me and my husband, because I suffered from postnatal depression, but then equally the hormones is just a totally wild ride, and I don't think emotionally I was capable of really discussing with him what had happened.
No.
And now I look back with kind of light and fondness, but it's taken time. But I guess Heidi as well, that's where the rainbow line would come in as well.
Mm.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm thinking about women that might not have a partner that was able to support them in the first place, or so they might be on their own, or perhaps women who have a partner but they're not very supportive.
Supportive,
and women who've experienced sexual abuse as well, and the fear that they go through giving birth, it must be so much harder for them as well.
It is. It's something, again, I'm really passionate about this because personally, it's something I've experienced right from a child, and the connections to how it manifested within me, I didn't learn about really until I became a psychotherapist. And then everything made sense. It's a little bit like in life, you kind of get on with life, but it always felt slightly out of kilter. But once I started to understand what this did to me and that part of me that I can't see, then I felt like all the bits clicked into place. It's something I've taught and presented and written about for years and years now. And to be honest, I don't see the system changing towards that. None of the healthcare providers have it as part of their education. It's usually an ad hoc session that they try to slot in somewhere. And I know that because I've been invited to be the slot in. But if you imagine, and not just me as a woman, as a midwife, as a mother, all the fears and anxieties around that, about being touched, about being made to do things that might not feel right, about worrying what is less of a problem now. But one of the things I worried about constantly was, what's the sex of my baby? What will make me feel more confident or less confident? So those things are less of a surprise today. However, worrying about, can I bear to leave my baby with someone? What are they going to do to my child when I'm not there? So it doesn't just kind of rest on the birthing process. It's, how will I feed my baby? Do I want my baby next to my breast? Those are all questions that I have had discussions with survivors. And that in itself is a life's work, really. But then you've got women who've been raped by strangers. In Birmingham, where I worked, we have immigrant populations, but also asylum seekers, refugees. And one woman in particular had her husband and her eldest son murdered in front of her, and then was multiply raped by those soldiers. And now she's having a child. These are all kind of incomprehensible emotional things. And one of the difficulties we have is to respond appropriately when we know that information. And this is the thing that midwives worry about, and also obstetricians worry about. Well, I can't do anything. You can't change what was done, but you can make this moment in time better or appropriate and compassionate and loving in the right way. And that is how you as a leader lead your team. And that is how you as a clinician at least think about the things that you're going to do or want to do, and respect the answers that come with that, because that causes problems. So, for instance, I want to examine you and the baby. So this, I'm talking about abdominal palpation, and you have to think, how pregnant is she? Because if she's 24 weeks, what are you going to do if she says no? I don't want you to touch my tummy. What's the purpose? What's the outcome you're expecting? So those are questions you have to ask yourself. And if she declines, she declines. And we document it, but we treat her with kindness. There are ways to do those things. So I talk to midwives about, if she's got a very lightweight piece of clothing on, do it over the top. Tell her she doesn't have to be undressed. It is, like I said, it's the menu approach again, that, oh, we always do it that way. Well, we don't have to. And another clinical intervention that only occurred to me later in my life, that I had difficulty with because I was held down because I was a child, was having my blood pressure taken. So that cuff around my arm, I didn't realise, but I was having all those same kind of stresses inside of me, completely dissociated, that the cuff tightening up felt like a hand around my arm. So one of the ways I always teach is to say, have you had this done before? Yes. How did you feel? Is it all right if I do it? Are you okay about that? So it's putting the power back across to the woman and not assuming that this is what I have to do and I'm going to do it whatever. These are very subtle skills, but they are the things that make the difference for the whole population, not just that woman. So I practice that on everyone.
They really do. It's bespoke, personalised care, isn't it? I'm just thinking about training. Is this part of training that student midwives get in universities? Because I've got a feeling it's not.
No, it isn't. No. And it is something that I try and incorporate into the people that I see, but it should be fundamental right from the start, day one of their training, that we talk to them about this style of care, and really personalizing it. And it might just be the one that you don't, who is the one that is harmed by it. So that's the risk you take. And I would say to all midwives and all clinicians, actually, do you want to be that one person who's a bad memory for that woman? I know I don't. So that's the kind of conversations I have with people.
Feels like some people clearly go through some unthinkable and unimaginable trauma that most of us thankfully can't relate to. And what you're saying is so relevant, like across any aspect of healthcare, isn't it? And it should be, and life really, because you never know what you're going to bump into. But obviously it happens a lot more in healthcare, but just to have that as the foundation, to see you as kind of one person impacting so many people, but it's how do we create lots of you to really drive that ripple effect.
Yeah, I think it's one of the reasons I wanted to write the book, because within it are those examples, or are those words that always kind of flatten the power dynamic. Because at the end of the day, I would want to feel that the woman had ultimate control and was advocated for and was not harmed by the system. And what I see at the moment from maternity across the well, across the UK, is a system that is harming women, not planning to, not setting out to, but by increasing induction rates, by reduction in staffing, by um, almost like unraveling all that the better births and beyond was supposed to. What we've got is a recipe for harm and for fear, and that is unforgivable in my book. And leaders need to really take responsibility for what they're doing, because we can't change this.
I know you do work in Scotland as well.
Mm.
What's the differences between Scotland and the UK, and are there things that we could learn from?
Well, one of the things, I was invited by the consultant midwives in Scotland to each of their areas where they work, and I even went up to Stornoway and did a workshop up there. So one of the senior lecturers up at University of Stirling invited me every year to speak to the students. So in that way, we were addressing the education of people in practice, but we're also addressing students becoming midwives. And then you have to forgive me, I can't remember when this started, but NHS Scotland had some funding to do an education programme, and Mary Ross Davey, who I know as a friend but also as a clinician, wanted to put together a package of education electronically. So NHS Scotland gave us some funding for that, and I worked with them and some of the midwives and other researchers to put together an education programme online. And that would be for any healthcare professional, but particularly in maternity or gynecological settings, and for care at any age. So obviously over the age of 18, but all the way up to elderly, because elderly women refuse care in just the same way that young women will refuse care. So we did that, and that evaluated very highly. I'm not sure whether it's now the built-in online education that we started it with. It may have been modified in some ways. And I have offered it to NHS England and I offered it to the Royal College of Midwives, but it hasn't been taken up countrywide apart from Scotland. So there's work to do, but I am working with a brilliant midwife lecturer called Elsa Montgomery. She's based in London at King's, and she's worked with the survivor population from a research point of view, and the Survivor Trust, of which I'm a member too. So there's things happening, but it's all based on funding. It's all based on if you're lucky, you get it, and if you're not, you don't. But there's nothing to me more important than having this as part of undergraduate education.
It sounds like throughout the biggest impact in terms of the resources and what is available now is on an individual basis. So we're responsible for the way that we act, and this is about having a movement and not being dependent on resources. Don't get me wrong, of course, resources and change would make it so much better. But these are things that people can do every day. It's been really helpful for me to hear this perspective and actually just my own reflections of things that I can do differently, and support I can offer, and like properly check in with people, when they're going through, when they're pregnant or after birth.
Yeah, it's not hard.
Yeah, sometimes we get caught in our own stuff, and
we do.
actually you look
Yeah.
at the big picture, sometimes what we worry about is just not,
Yeah.
it's just not something. Did you have anything that you wanted to add that we haven't covered, Catherine?
No, I mean, I can't remember where we started from really, but I just would like to say that people listen to podcasts all the time now. I mean, I'm a great podcast listener, and the more we do things like this, the more we reach women, whether that be in the professional setting or the home, the more informed they can be. And it isn't difficult to do these things. It's about prioritizing it as important. And the way, and I can only go on what I've done in my experience, but the way we designed our birth centre was to reduce stress and to reduce fear. The way we practice as a team would have been to identify each other as well as women. So having ourselves as up here and women down here is part of the problem. I set up a postnatal depression group back in 1995, and I believe it's still running in its format today. And the format was, we as a healthcare professional were there as a woman with those women talking about their feelings. And unless you do that, there's always going to be a divide or a gap or a mountain to climb. And it shouldn't be like that, because many, many, many of us as obstetricians and midwives are mothers too. And if we can't talk about how it made us feel, how can we expect women to? So I think I'd like to say that we need to be more like the women we care for, and support them, and not have this like safety only means getting that baby out now. Safety means not hurting me inside so that I can do the job afterwards.
That puts a whole spin on the word personalized care, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Be personal with that woman at the same time, which is so
Yeah.
lovely. So I'm just thinking of places that we can signpost people to if they are feeling very anxious. Obviously, we do have our pregnancy helpline, and we are going to be doing some work on what we've just been talking about language and context and how to give that personalized care. So I'm sure you can get involved with that, Catherine, help us do that. And if anyone else wants to get involved that's in the NHS and has expertise in that field, we would definitely welcome some help. Is there anywhere else you can think of that women can go?
I mean, there's any number of local services that offer mothers support or information. I think that's the first thing. Well, whenever I changed jobs, I would always find out what was around that could help women, but would help me too. So it's looking in your local area, first of all, to see what's available. However, today, it may well be that you go online and you can find something that's happening, say up in Stornoway, for instance, and then finding out if there's anything like that near you. In terms of trauma and sexual trauma, the Survivors Trust has got a fantastic website, and I've helped them with the maternity component an awful lot. So there's another online element that women can be helped with. I would say identify what it is you need. If it is anxiety, talk to your midwife first of all, if you can. If she doesn't then appear to be listening, ask if you can see someone else. We get women who click with one particular midwife and doesn't with another, asking all the time. So, and it's a long pregnancy to go through it with someone you don't feel right with. So those conversations, I think, are useful. And I'm always happy to talk to. I take women's requests from me very seriously, and if they do contact me, I speak with them and I hook them up with relevant people. So yeah, I'm not precious about my details being out there at all.
Thank you. We can share those if anyone gets in touch with us. We won't put them out publicly because you never know, but please do get in touch with us on socials and we'll make sure that we direct you to Catherine.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. This has been incredibly insightful, and like I said, I've learned a lot and definitely some things for me to do differently just on my own capacity. But thank you. It's been a pleasure and look forward to speaking again.
Take a moment to empower yourself on how to have a safer pregnancy with expert charity Mama Academy. From 16 to 24 weeks, you should feel your baby's movements increase. Movements then stay about the same until your baby is born. Babies should not move less towards the end of pregnancy or during labour. A reduction in your baby's movements could be nothing to worry about. But if your baby's movements are significantly less or stop, call your maternity unit straight away. No matter how many times this happens, you should be asked to go in for an assessment. Don't rely on home Dopplers, handheld monitors, or phone apps to check your baby's well-being. They don't give a true picture of your baby's health. During your third trimester, it is recommended that you go to sleep on your side. Research shows that this is safer for your baby. Don't worry if you wake up on your back. Simply settle back onto your side. Call your maternity unit immediately if you have any bleeding or leaking of fluid, clear or any colour, a high temperature, obvious swelling of your hands, face, or upper body, a persistent headache, problems with vision, blurring, flashing lights or spots, or difficulty focusing, severe pain just below the ribs in the middle of your tummy, itching on hands, feet, or anywhere else. Be confident and report your concerns. If in doubt, get checked out. If you are worried about any aspect of your care, ask to speak to your head of midwifery. You can find more information in our pregnancy passports. Ask your midwife for one or purchase one from our website for just £2. For more information, visit www.mamaacademy.org.
Welcome to this episode of the Mama Podcast, and we are now joined by Maria Rowntree, and we're going to be talking all about inequalities with parents that don't speak English. So tell us about yourself, Maria. Tell us about your setup at home and where you live, etc.
So I'm Maria Rowntree. I'm a midwife, and I've been a midwife for almost a decade now. And I live in quite a rural location in Gloucestershire, and I've got 5 children, although my youngest one is now 16. And I've got 2 grandchildren who live in Cornwall. and I'm married. I've got a husband who's amazing and very supportive of my hobby.
Wow. I mean, genuinely, you don't look old enough. And 5 kids plus 2 grandkids. The oldest is 16. I mean,
Yes, the youngest child is 16. My oldest is 28.
wowzers. How do you manage?
Yeah, with great difficulty. No, they're good as gold. Three of them have left home, and doing all their own things. Although I think as a mother, I think they're always your babies, aren't they? I'm sure that most of our listeners will agree with that. That you think, oh, when they're babies, you're worried about them the most. And actually, I slightly disagree with that, because when they're babies, you put them down, you come back, they're still there. When they're 18 and they're off driving around in their car, you worry about them more.
Mm. I can't even imagine having 5. Can you, Heidi?
No. No, my 2 are definitely enough. Definitely.
Yeah.
So tell us about this hobby then, Maria. Tell us all about your hobby and how it all came about.
So I call it a hobby because it's not part of my paid job. So I spend a lot of my free time trying to address the inequalities for women that don't speak English. And that is because I've seen and heard stories from women that I just think actually they could have been very different if we were communicating effectively with them. I did a fellowship last year, which was the Dame Elizabeth Annie Onwu Fellowship of Inclusivity, where I met lots and lots of amazing and inspiring people, including Dame Elizabeth herself. And that really empowered me to understand how to try and address this issue. But I call it my hobby because it's all done in my spare time. It's not part of my job role. So it's the only way I can justify to my husband as to why I spend so little time with him and so much time in front of my computer, because I'm doing my hobby.
So tell us a bit more about your fellowship and what you've seen and the impacts that you've had so far.
So I was a band 6 midwife when I started the fellowship, and I joined the fellowship because I knew that this issue around languages, by the time I joined the fellowship, I knew it was quite a complex issue. And I didn't really understand how to address it in a really effective way. I had been addressing it and I had been raising it, but I felt that I could have been more effective at doing that. So I joined this fellowship, which took place in London, and I had to travel three hours from my house to the university doors, which at first was quite daunting doing that on my own, because I hadn't really done an awful lot of things on my own. Me and my husband joined at the hip. We do everything together. So it was quite overwhelming and to begin with, but then actually I really started enjoying those train journeys, and I started re-engaging with poetry. I've written lots and lots of poems around inclusivity, reflecting on our lessons that we would have, the speakers that we had. We had Joan Myers come and speak to us. I mean, everybody that we met has got an OBE or an MBE after their name. They've got so many letters that when I wrote a report, I had to leave the letters out because I ran out of a word count. But so Joan Myers, we had Dame Elizabeth Annie Onwu. She came and spoke to us. We had Janet File, who is just phenomenal as well. Ruth Oshikanlu. We had Roxanne Crosby Nairobi. I think I've got that the wrong way around. She came and spoke to us, and we talking about inclusive practice and how to make sure that we're looking after our colleagues, how to be inclusive for our patients. So it's lots and lots of issues. We didn't really have a session on languages as such, but part of the fellowship involved creating a project, which I already have my project in mind, and I joined the fellowship to get this project off the ground, but then actually gained an awful lot of insight into other issues that I'm really also passionate about. So that was the fellowship, and doing the research during that. And the fellowship didn't require you to do research, but I'm just one of these people. If I read a piece of evidence, I fall down the rabbit hole of reading all the evidence that piece of evidence has been built on, then going back and back and back. So you end up with like pages and pages and pages of research and evidence. And I think the more I looked into this issue with the languages, the more I realized that actually some work has already been done but not implemented, and that actually the issue that I initially believed was just something that was local to the trust I worked in was actually a very national issue. And that actually, even though policies and guidelines did exist, that there were very, very little implementation of that. And I talk about accountability later, but that total lack of accountability for the lack of implementation, and then the effect that has on women on the front line when we're providing women, well, supposed to be providing women-centered care. So that was the fellowship for me, and why, yeah, where I am and talking to you today.
So what are the challenges that parents are currently facing in terms of language barriers? And what are the statistics around that?
The challenges are quite considerable. So I initially started off by writing a list from a community midwife perspective of all of the challenges that women face in maternity services, and that list was 4 word page documents long. It was 4 pages long. It was like one thing after another, after another, after another. It's a huge list. So it is every single step of the journey. It's different hospitals are all doing different things. Some hospitals do things very well, other hospitals not quite so well. Your website was the first, and it was the first website that I could signpost my women to. So I'm incredibly grateful that you set that up. And it's, as a community midwife working in an area of significant deprivation where women face many, many challenges, actually signposting is a very big part of my job. And even the signposting for these women and these families is really quite small compared to what we can offer to women that speak English, or compared to what we can offer for women that are able to advocate for themselves. So yeah, huge challenges. It's everything. I mean, even right down from trying to that first initial booking appointment, trying to organise that and knowing when that should be, if you're not familiar with our healthcare system and you're not familiar with our language, that's an issue, right up until the point when you're breastfeeding your baby or thinking about safe sleep. It's like every single thing in between, and even down to raising concerns. If you've got issues with your care, it's like, or you want to give feedback, that actually in many trusts that is very, very difficult for women and families to do. You can't, a lot of hospitals, as part of the fellowship, I was reading a piece of research that was saying about the fact their voices are very rarely heard and that they very rarely complain. And I put the piece of research down because I knew exactly why that we weren't hearing them in the complaints. And I went and had a look at, I think it was about 15 to 20 landing pages for the PALS service, which is a patient advice and liaison service. And out of the 15 or 20 that I looked at, only 3 of them had considered the fact that some people might not speak English. And of those 3, only 1 of them had actually put how to access PALS in a different language. And of the 3, 1 of them had said about to access PALS, if you don't speak English, please speak to your primary care provider to arrange an interpreter for you. And that angered me, because as a white British woman, I wouldn't want to speak to my primary caregiver to raise a complaint, because it's potentially them who I'm raising the complaint against. So I could see instantly the inequality in that. It's, emergency care, when women are ringing to speak to, the maternity triage systems, there's a challenge there. Quite often there's not interpreters available. There's lots of issues with the availability of interpreters. And when I talk about interpreters, I'm talking about telephone interpreters, and I'll explain that why later. Because we have this idea of the gold standard being face-to-face interpreters, but actually that doesn't work very well when it's unscheduled care. And sometimes what happens when we're trying to reach the gold standard is we then fail to do anything at all if we can't reach that gold standard. So I really think we should be focusing on the telephone interpreters, because technically it should be a 24-hour service and it can be accessed without pre-booking. So that's why I talk about telephone interpreters. So ideally, if we could get face-to-face interpreters for everybody at every appointment, that'd be amazing, but it's very unlikely to happen. So I think we need to think about our contingencies and what we do when those situations aren't applicable. So it's every single barrier, it's every single stage, it's everything, even down to knowing the effects of preeclampsia or the signs of preeclampsia, or knowing what your baby's movement should be. If we're not using telephone interpreters at their appointments, how are we sharing that information? And then how do we signpost to it as well? So there's a lot of barriers.
Absolutely. Obviously we have the general information that we give out in the first instance, and we've done our information in over 20 languages now, and we're still going, doing the best we can. But as a charity, the majority of the calls that we get from our parents, they're of parents whose English is not their first language. It's usually the fathers or partners that will call us, and it's mainly the digital trusts that they're in. They don't understand how to access the service, or they need to speak to a midwife because they've got some concerns or complications. They don't know what number to call because they don't know how to find the trust's triage number or day assessment number in their app. And yeah, it's a real concern. So we're then having to find that number for them and point them in the right direction and tell them that they're entitled to an interpreter, ask for an interpreter when they ring. So that's what we're doing as a charity. We're trying to sort of bridge that gap, but it's very frustrating.
It's very difficult, and I think the issue that we have is that we have this digital technology now, which actually could really work in our favour. It's something that could be absolutely phenomenal and really level out the playing field. But even though I've sort of written down a list of resources, and even looking at the resources, actually it's not always obvious that something is available in a different language, even for people that are, you know, even for charities, not necessarily yourself, but for other charities where they're trying to help and they're trying to do their bit, actually it's not always very obvious. And the NHS website is probably the worst for it, to be fair. They've got these amazing landing pages for Best Start, Healthy Start, and it's got all the pregnancy information, but you cannot get it in different languages. Some hospitals have taken it upon themselves to do that for their patients, which is amazing. And some of them are using the Google Translate on their website, which was being told, oh, you should be using that, you shouldn't be using that. But what I find when we do that is then we do nothing. So actually, it's trying to figure out what's appropriate, and actually doing nothing is never appropriate. So it's just such a challenge. And the other thing I would pose to you then, Heidi, is that if they haven't got their partner with them, or if they haven't got a friend with them, how do they ring someone and tell them that they're bleeding? You know, how do they ring and say that their baby's not moving? And it's just frustrating, and I believe it could be very simple to fix, but I think it needs somebody with an umbrella view to do that. I think we should be doing a universal thing for the entire NHS rather than every trust having to spend, you know, invest in that as an individual basis, when actually we could do it at national level and make it much more simpler.
It's really remarkable, like as one person, what you've managed to push forward and achieve so far. And I think I probably know the answer to this, but I'd be interested in your wider perspective on who you think is accountable for the current situation.
So I think everyone is accountable. I don't think there is a single one of us that can sit here and say, actually, you know, I'm not accountable for this. And I think it starts right with the government and the media. And that might be a controversial thing to say, but we quite often talk about people that are refugees. We talk about words, we use words like invasion or invaded, we're being invaded, and we use words like that, or we're being overrun. And those words create that bias within our society that actually really others people that are, you know, coming to our country because that's their last resort. So I think the government needs to take some responsibility. I'd also really like the government to start thinking about, not start thinking about, I'd like them to do, I would like them to add languages and communication needs as its own protected characteristic. Because right now, languages and communication needs falls really greyly within other parts of the Human Rights Act. If it was its own sort of protected characteristic, then there would be a lot more definition around the legalities of that. So I would like to see that, because also within that we could include people that have dyslexia, or people that don't have access to information technology, because actually we are discriminating against people because they don't have access to online resources, and we need to be taking that into consideration. I just think that actually having this protected characteristic would make a big difference. I believe that the NHS England is also accountable, because we have these policies, which I found during my sort of last 12 months of searching high and low for things. So these policies are there, the guidelines are there to put these services into place and to make sure they're accessible and that they're fit for purpose. But actually, who's implementing that? Because from the front line, which is where I am, I see a service that isn't fit for purpose on all occasions. So who's accountable for that? You know, so is that a trust level thing? I'm not sure it is. I think it's a national level thing, and I believe that they spend over something ridiculous like £40 million on interpreter services annually throughout the NHS, and I believe that that money could be far better spent creating a national call centre which is available 24/7, because actually at the moment it's not available 24/7. It says it is, but I've been in situations myself and reported by midwives that they've not been able to get hold of interpreters at 3 o'clock in the morning. Well, women don't conveniently have their babies in office hours. Women don't conveniently have emergencies in office hours, and they don't conveniently report reduced movements in office hours. So we need to be really thinking about that service and what it should look like. And also having it accessible, having female interpreters is really important, because that's, you know, most of us would rather speak to a female, and for cultural reasons that's usually more appropriate. So that's the accountability in regarding to NHS England, is the implementation of the policies that do exist, holding the trusts accountable when they don't exist, making sure that we are recording and reporting data for women accurately. So if they have a face of language issue, even if English isn't their first language, to accurately report that and then include them in the statistics and the data when we're pulling that information, having a look at what their journeys look like through maternity. Also, when we're looking at like things like the CQC reports and the HDIB reports, I know they've changed their name now, but when we're looking at incidents that have happened, it's really, really important, because every time I've read a HDIB report or you know, even the CQC reports, and when I'm looking at anything to do with languages, that actually the language barrier seems to factor quite far down in the list of priorities of what's happening. We focus very much on the clinical picture. And my argument as a midwife is that actually quite often we look at the clinical picture because of something the woman has told us. So when you think about the leading causes of death being deep vein thrombosis or suicide or you know, sepsis, actually what is it as a midwife that would lead you to do a set of observations? If you're not routinely doing them, actually you would need, the woman would say, oh, I've lost, you know, I've lost a big blood clot, or my leg's painful, or oh, I'm worried because I haven't felt my baby move. Well, if we're waiting for the clinical picture alone to tell us there's a problem, then actually we're quite far down that clinical journey. Whereas actually the communication thing could have potentially changed the outcomes. And I think I've not really seen a report where I think, yeah, that the communication issue has been addressed in the right place in that report. Does that make sense? It's like,
yeah, I'd have thought these days as well, like if you think about like what you can do with AI and data, that I mean, it would take some investment, but surely there could be something that was like, you know, like they use at the United Nations. It's like an instant translation. It's like you're sitting there talking the same language and there's hardly any
and
lag, you know.
there is some research. There's a lot of research going on, and the AI has got its own issues. But it's like actually what we end up doing, like I say, we try to raise this gold standard, and then what we do when we can't reach it is we do nothing instead, and that's not okay. So so the NHS England, I believe, have got quite a big responsibility. In trust levels, we've got a responsibility to make sure our staff are given the time, because that's in the guidelines, that's in the national guidelines, to recognise the fact that if you are caring for a woman that doesn't speak English, and I'm talking like antenatal, postnatal appointments right now, because you can't give them more time in labour because they're in labour and that's got its set timeline for that particular woman. But in those appointments, they need double the amount of time. You can't have a three-way conversation in a 20-minute appointment if you would normally struggle to get a 20-minute appointment done for a woman that does speak English. So we need time. One of the things that came out on the survey that I did was the fact that people weren't given training. That is another thing that's in the national guideline, that staff should be adequately trained. It is a complex communication issue that actually with a very small amount of training becomes much more straightforward. We need confident practitioners. And I think if you're not using the service all the time, then actually it becomes its own barrier, because you'll just become anxious or worried, or maybe just not skilled in how to use it effectively. And I will be sharing my best practice guidelines, which is a step-by-step guideline that staff can use when they're actually using the service. It's actually designed to be used as you're ringing the service. You don't need any prior training to that. But in the previous trust that I worked, they did allow me to do some training and do for the mandatory training. So just a little demonstration of how it works within a particular scenario. So I think it's making sure that trusts are aware that we need to give our staff that information. And then lastly, it's us on the front line. So if we have all of those things in place and we're still not using the service, we really need to think about why aren't we using it. If we are having issues with the service, which I know that people are having issues with the service, you need to be reporting that. That needs to go to the trust, because actually I think sometimes if you're not working directly on the front line, which certainly the commissioners that are paying for these services aren't working on the front line in most cases, how do they know the service is effective or ineffective if we're not telling them? So we have a responsibility to report that. And if it's reporting it through your incident reporting, then do that. So if you haven't been able to get hold of an interpreter at all, report it. If you've requested a female interpreter and you've got a male one, report it. If you feel that the interpreting service wasn't of high quality, or that woman has told you, or sometimes partners will say, oh, what you just said isn't what the interpreter said, well then report that too, because actually in most cases I've had really good experiences with interpreters. They are registered practitioners in relation to interpreting services, and we need to also see them as part of our multidisciplinary team, because they are humans as well. So it's really, really important that we take that responsibility, that we offer the service, and then when we face problems we report it. And lots of the feedback that I've had, because I talk to lots of people on this issue, is that sometimes they say, oh, well, I use the service and actually I was told by a patient's friends that they said something really not appropriate, and then that's, so actually the service isn't fit for, I can't use the service. My argument with that is, if you were taking someone's blood pressure and your blood pressure cuff didn't work correctly, that wouldn't stop you ever taking someone's blood pressure again. You wouldn't decide that you weren't going to include that in your practice. But actually, that's kind of sometimes what happens with the interpreter service. So you need to think about it as a part of your practice, as part of your team. If you've got an issue that you're concerned about, then raise that, but don't let that stop you using it again. Because actually my experience of the telephone interpreters, apart from the accessibility in the middle of the night, actually they've been quite good, and it's allowed me as a midwife to have a really good midwife-mother relationship, which is incredibly important to me. So I have a laugh and a joke with my patients that don't speak English. I have a relationship. They look forward to, I hope they look forward to seeing me. I look forward to seeing them. So it's, that's important for my job satisfaction. These women are as important to me as any other woman, and I think we all need to be thinking about that as midwives. Does this woman know that she's as important to me as the woman that's coming in after her? And we should be making them feel like they are valued and that they are autonomous women, and empowering them to safely and confidently go through their pregnancy journey and beyond.
Definitely, I absolutely love that. That's lovely, because a lot of women that don't speak English don't understand what to expect either. They've got such low expectations or standards of the service in the first place. They don't know whether they're getting good care or not. Yeah. Your step-by-step guide sounds fantastic, so we'd love to get that on our website, so we can share that with other healthcare professionals. I'm just thinking about the stats and the data as well, because I'm thinking about the amount of calls I get and the amount of women that you must see. Do you have any sort of national data of how many non-English parents there are going through the maternity services?
So I don't know about the non-English parents going through the maternity services as such, but I did contact the Office of National Statistics last year, because when the most recent Embrace report came out in October 23, I noticed quite a consistent figure really was that 5% of maternal deaths were attributed to women that didn't speak English. And so I thought, okay, well, actually, I initially thought, well, I know that 0.2%, or no, not 2% of the population didn't speak English. I thought, oh, maybe that's then that they're they're overrepresented. And it was after a conversation with Janet File, and she said, no, you need to go and granulate your data. She said, you need to really look between the lines of that data, because I think it's different. She said, but you can contact the Office of National Statistics directly and ask them for data. So I thought, oh, that's really interesting. So I did that, and I contacted the Office of National Statistics, and they sent me a tool to be able to break down the data sets. So what I did is I created a data set that meant I was only looking at the number of women that were aged between 16 and 49 in the UK. And of those women in total, what percentage of them didn't speak English? And of the total number of women in that age group in the UK, only 0.2% of them actually didn't speak English. So not 0.2% of the population, 0.2% of women aged between 16 and 49 don't speak English. So therefore, that meant that Embrace data identified that women that don't speak English are 25 times overrepresented to their English counterparts. So they are 25 times more likely to die if they don't speak English. So, okay, that's only 5% of the maternal deaths. So for any women that are listening to this, that is still a very small portion of the total deaths. But actually, from a professional point of view, knowing that somebody has this inequality, that makes it everyone's responsibility to deal with that. That we absolutely need to be very mindful of the fact that every single encounter could be something that attributes to that. The other thing that I read that was really quite worrying was that I read it was called HSIB at the time, the Health Safety Investigations Board, and they did a rapid review during COVID. There was like a 3-month period where they looked at intrapartum stillbirth. So that's a stillbirth where the baby is alive at the beginning of labour and dead by the end of it. So any stillbirth is absolutely traumatic. Any pregnancy loss is traumatic. But I think to go into labour with your baby alive and then to deliver a baby that has passed away, I don't think anything in the world could prepare you for that. So, but of the cases that happened within that 3-month period, 43% of the intrapartum stillbirths had occurred in women that's first language wasn't English. So nearly half. And yeah, I just find that really shocking. I don't know what to say to that. So the disparities are huge in comparison. And we are all accountable for that. We absolutely are. And until we put our hands up and say, okay, I can do better, then we're not going to change that. And that's absolutely not okay. And I think when we talk about Black and brown women having disadvantage in pregnancy and in birth, I think we all need to be accountable and aware that we're accountable for that as well. I really hate the term unconscious bias, because I feel that word doesn't hold accountability anywhere. It's almost like a word that you just throw up into the air and it's like, well, it doesn't mean anything because I was unconscious. I wasn't unconscious when I went to work this morning. I never am. I think we need to be taking those words away and thinking about actually what is it that's caused us to think a certain way. When I've sat in many places where I've heard stories of Black women that have given birth and they're really terrible experiences, but as a midwife, I sit there and I listen and I think, this comes down to basic human care. It's not about race. It is because we're treating people of different races differently. But actually, it's quite simple to fix it. We just need to listen and we need to act and we need to listen to our women. That's like first day of midwifery school, is that we listen and put the women at the centre of everything we do. And I think what we need to look at is why we're not putting women that are Black or brown or that don't speak English. Why aren't we putting them at the centre of their care? Why aren't we listening to them? And why aren't we doing everything in our power to make sure we listen and then act upon what they're telling us?
So I'm just thinking, what advice would you give those parents then on how to advocate for themselves?
So you should be asking for an interpreter. So when you book your appointment, make it really clear that English isn't your first language. That's really important. So I know sometimes people don't want to admit they're worried they're going to be discriminated against if they say that they don't speak English, or I know that partners quite often will interpret for their pregnant people. So I think it's about being really clear and saying, actually, I don't speak English, or I speak little English, I need an interpreter, and putting that on your very first form. And then asking for double appointments, that's really important, because you need double appointments. So I think asking for that. And I know there's a lot of information around legalities of it and where does that sit, and it's not particularly clear. However, I feel that we need to go back to what informed consent is, because informed consent is a legal requirement of care, and it should come directly from the patient. So I'm just going to read out the Department of Health quote on informed consent and what it means, because I think this is where our anchor is going to be. So consent, and this is not in their interpreting document, this is in their consent for treatment document. So a legal and ethical principle that valid consent must be obtained and reflects the right of the patient. Touching a patient without valid consent may constitute a criminal offence of battery. This is in the legal document. So if the patient experiences harm as a result of treatment when informed consent has not been obtained, then they may be considered as negligence. So this is what we need to be thinking about. Informed consent should come directly from the patient. It is a legal requirement of our care, and it should not come from the partner or a friend, unless the patient has specifically said, and it has to come from the patient, that they've declined the use of interpreter services. Now, within a few documents, it says that we should still be getting an interpreter on the phone and then documenting that declining of the interpreter service, because we need to hear the woman's voice, and we need to also be telling her why we're recommending an interpreter in the first place. Now, it is absolutely her right to decline that interpreter, absolutely, because that's informed consent. But actually, you need to make sure it's informed consent, that she's got the information in the first place to decline it. If she's going to use a partner or a friend, we still need to be documenting that we've had that conversation with an interpreter on the phone and the reasons why. And then we should also make sure that we are making that partner or that friend aware of the implications of them interpreting. So we need to also keep that offer of the interpreter always open, because if they've chosen to have a friend or their husband or their partner interpret for them, then that's their right to do so. We need to document that we've had that conversation, but we also need to make sure that that partner knows that if they don't understand something, that it could have an implication on that person's care, and to ask for an interpreter if they need it, and also say to them, in an emergency scenario, if something was happening, it puts you in a very difficult position then, because actually you were working as an interpreter rather than being a birth supporter. Because I think that's the other thing we need to think about. When we don't use interpreters, when we don't offer them in the first place, actually we're putting a lot of pressure on that person that's supporting them, and actually we're putting them in a position where they're in between us and the patient, rather than being an advocate for the patient. I don't know if that does that make sense. Like, we're changing their role.
Yeah, it makes complete sense. We're actually working with Erwin Mitchell at the moment on a web page specifically on informed consent. So with your help, we will get this additional information into that document, because it's just so important, and it's for everybody.
Yeah, absolutely. It is for everybody. And I think we talk a lot about, when I talk about informed consent, and when I talk about not using partners or friends and family without first having that conversation with an interpreter, we quite often talk about like domestic abuse. And yeah, that is definitely something we should be thinking about. Have we got a partner that's controlling and coercive? But actually, I think it's beyond that. I think not every partner is abusive. It's about, to me, it's more about that vicarious trauma. When we use a partner, and we shouldn't use children, but I've heard many stories where children are used to deliver really difficult messages. It's like, what on earth? Policy, it says don't use children, but time and time again I hear stories where children, like 8-year-olds, are used, 15-year-olds are used to tell their mum that their baby has got a cleft palate. What on earth is that about? I think we need to be thinking about the fact that it's partners they don't know what they don't know. If English isn't your first language, then you don't know what you don't know, do you? So I've heard of stories where women have been diagnosed with, and I share this story quite a lot because it was two things. She was diagnosed with gestational diabetes, and she was diagnosed with preeclampsia, or essentially pregnancy-induced hypertension, but they were worrying about it potentially being preeclampsia. And she was given medication for both. And then the information was shared with her, and actually her midwife saw her 2 weeks later and realised that she wasn't taking the medication. And actually it turns out that when the person was used to interpret, they didn't know what was being said. And so this woman had been non-compliant with her medication. She didn't know what it's for. And then, I mentioned in my presentation that I did for the maternity and midwifery hour, actually our labels for our medications, why we print them in English if we know that person doesn't read English? That's a patient label.
What's been really kind of eye-opening for me is just that, like, we've got no idea what these women and families have been through, and like we're, culturally as well, there can be like such big differences. I live in the Middle East and see, just the cultural differences here, and I live in the UAE actually, and there's 160 odd nationalities in kind of like my old team that I used to work in. It's crazy, it's so mixed, and everybody's so different. And I think you can't take for granted what type of care and the needs of people walking through the door are. And like you said, when you're using someone that's not impartial, like a translator, then you just don't know what's going to come through. And so it's really powerful. And yeah, just really, I also really loved it, and I'm going to have a think about this and use it, because I am a diversity, equity, and inclusion executive coach. It's what I focus on, but with corporates. And I loved it when you said about unconscious bias and saying that you're not unconscious when you go into work, because that totally just fobs off. We've got a responsibility to be conscious. And actually, we just have all this like unconscious bias training. And you're right, it's a load of rubbish. It's about
It is a load of rubbish.
Individuals on a one-to-one level and just understanding what their needs are. So I really love
it's about calling it out what it is. So we're talking about racism a lot. I follow, I've got a Twitter account which I've had for years, but I've only just started using it in the last year. And I follow lots and lots of people that absolutely inspire me. So I've got this beautiful space that I use to sort of share my message. And that statistic about the 25 times more has been viewed by 8.8 thousand people. So that's 8,000 people at least that have seen that data. Might not have done anything about it, but even if a tiny percentage did, then yeah, yay. But it's just actually, you see the stories again about racism, and the story about the Liverpool hospital, and they use the term unconscious bias. I think what we need to do is to call it what it is. And if, for instance, if we're treating Black women differently in pregnancy or in labour, and there's a story, isn't there, about, it's not true, but I've heard women being told that, actually they experience pain the same way. Well, where does that come from? That's not unconscious bias. If you've been educated to think that, then that's educational racism. It's not unconscious bias, it's educational racism. If we haven't been taught how to identify jaundice in a Black or a brown baby, then that's educational racism. It's not unconscious bias. If the system is failing people because we're not using interpreters, then that's systemic racism. It's not unconscious bias. It's never unconscious bias. It's never unconscious bias. And we need that language. We need that really powerful language. Our words, the word is mightier than the sword. Well, let's use them to really clarify things. Let's use it to cut through these issues, and let's call things what they are. Let's not call it unconscious bias.
We hear one of your poems.
Yeah, you could do. I've written a poem about this particular issue. So this is a poem of stories, and when I read this poem out, this poem goes everywhere with me. You can see how old the paper is. This is a poem based on stories that I've heard, so I've shared some of those stories today, but this is really to try and make healthcare professionals understand why we should be offering interpreters. And every single one of these verses in this poem is a different woman's voice, and that's really, really important to know that I haven't just made this up. These are stories that I've put together from those stories that I've heard. So the poem is called Hear Me. You don't know if I'm safe in my home. You don't know if I have the freedom to roam. How can I explain I've experienced harm? How will I know when to raise the alarm if you talk to my abuser to hear me? You haven't involved me in choices of care. I've not attended appointments, not known when or where. Just seen the doctor to understand the plans. Not sure what these pills are in my hand, because you've explained to my child and not me. I've questions and don't have the language to ask. I've fears, but you can't see beyond my mask. Intimate issues I need to discuss, but I've come with a person I don't really trust when you speak to my neighbour to hear me. I'm nervous and don't know what lies ahead. My experience of birth just fills me with dread. I don't understand what you try to explain. My informed consent hasn't been obtained when you ask my husband and not me. For when I am hungry, thirsty or low, without an interpreter, how will you know? If I am in pain or petrified by fear, how will I know your concern is sincere if you talk through my family to hear me? Thank you.
Wow.
Wow, I'm welling up.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Really
Thank
powerful.
you. But it's just yeah, it's the stories of women. It's not, I can't take credit for it. I just put it together in a rhyming way.
Beautiful though.
But I think we
No, but
just
it's
need to
so
hear them.
powerful. Mm.
We absolutely need to hear them, and we need to just treat them with respect and the dignity that they deserve, and not be part of adding to their trauma. And like you said earlier, you don't know what that person sat in front of you has faced. And when we talk about refugees and asylum seekers, some of the stories I've heard I've struggled to sleep at night. And then to think as a midwife that I could then add to that by not getting proper consent for a vaginal examination. And, how traumatic would that be when you don't know what's actually happening? And given the fact that these women may have experienced, like, really, regardless of what their previous experiences, that's traumatic in itself. Let's just acknowledge that. We shouldn't be doing anything without consent, and it needs to be informed. But actually, you're adding to it. And as a midwife, my job is to do no harm. As a midwife, my job is to be with women. And as a midwife, my job is to do whatever it takes to meaningfully be with women.
Mm. Thank you.
How can people get involved and support you, Maria, and find you and follow you on Twitter?
So on Twitter, I'm quite easy to find. Like I say, this is my hobby because as of yet, I haven't made it my full-time job. I will work on that. I'm hoping to do some research next year. So I'm applying to the NIHR to do some research because I really want the voices of these women to be at the centre of everything we do for change. And the research that I do, it hopefully will definitely lead to change. That's my hope, and I will make it my lifelong ambition to make things different and make things better. And I believe there are many midwives out there that do want to do better, and maybe they're not sure how to. I think there's lots of things that we can do. So I'd really love it if, as midwives, healthcare professionals, whether you're a maternity care assistant, whether you're an obstetrician, whether you're a director of midwifery, to really, really think about how we make our practice inclusive for all, and what we need to do for each person to give them equitable care. Now, we bounce that word around a lot, like equitable, inclusivity, diversity. That needs to be meaningful. And just because somebody is in a tiny group, a 0.2% group, doesn't mean they're no less important. So I don't see how you can address any health inequalities if you're not including everybody within that sort of, focus. I'd really like the NHS England to have some accountability for the implementation of these policies and guidelines. It's okay writing them, but even as a person on the front line with 15% of my patients not speaking English, I didn't know these policies existed. So that means that we're not implementing them. The midwives at the front line need to know about all these resources that are available. I'd like the NHS to change their Start for Life, because that's a really good resource. And it shouldn't be up to a charity such as yourself to be the leading people to make these changes. This is the NHS's responsibility. So either they invest in what you're doing and make that accessible to more people because of the investment, or they take accountability and do it themselves. And I think they should do a bit of both of that. And I just like to one thing that I'd really like to do is to kind of support any agencies that work with women to raise their voice and to empower them. So anyone that can support me to do that, that'd be great to get into contact. I'm speaking at the maternity and midwifery